Okay. Thank you for your patience, by the way. We love you very much. It's on a beautiful Friday. And this training today is going to take it to a different level, you guys. And ladies. Any second. Technology. I'm declaring that technology is going to be with us in 3, 2, 1. And yes, we are on, beautiful people. All right, no particular order. Oh, we lost him. The order, the thing just changed. Okay, Richard, you're on.
I'm on.
Yes.
It was a crazy week.
Crazy good?
Just crazy, crazy?
Okay.
Yeah, some days went by so fast I don't remember what I did. And other days went by so slow that it was tedious.
So what are the 3 things that are working last week and 3 things that are working this week? Or
not being hard on myself.
Yes, gotta be gentle. What else?
You have to spotlight you.
When people don't answer the telephone, it's not personal.
Of course it's not personal because they don't know you're calling. They don't know they have amazing Richie Rich in the other line. What else? One more, Richard.
Yeah, one more. I'm still wanting to go tell my mom things.
So you have TLT. It sounds like you get to do some TLT.
Yep.
If I were you, I would just reach out here to the container because they all have mastered TLT. And they can take you on a quick 10-minute journey and go through TLT and find out what's the gap. There's still some unfinished businesses with mom, and that's okay. I had unfinished business with my own dad for years because he still is my everything. He is like the epitome of love in my eyes. That's why I love all of you male figures. It's thanks to this amazing father that I had. So I totally get you, Richard. So very good. So reach out to the container. Marianne, I know she's in a different location. All right, Marianne.
Okay, I have had an absolutely wonderful week. It was my family's here. My kids are here from California, from the Bay Area. I'm watching grandkids every other day. What's really cool is because I'm integrated. I don't have the parts anymore. I can spend all day long enjoying the 3-year-old, the 6-year-old, having a great time and just feeling free to be with them instead of worried about, oh no, the kitchen, oh no, this, oh no, that. I just feel whole. I feel like a kid. It's great.
Yes, Marianne. And when I'm looking at you and when I'm listening to you, I so resonate because I look forward for that stage in my life when I actually get to be with the little ones, the mini cubs that I call. So my children are my cubs, and the babies that come with the cubs will be my mini cubs. So I have 2 already, and they were born within a month apart of each other. These are my 2 cubs that came to my life about, 13 and 14 years ago. Now they are beautiful mothers. And just to know that these babies are the new generation, I can't wait. See, I get teary, I get emotional because, these 2 beautiful women, they just happen to come into my life. So they're not my biological children. So I can't even imagine what is that like for you, Marianne, because, this is your own generations. So very happy for you. And yes, we get to be congruent, whatever we do. So when you're at home, be at home. When you're studying, study. When you are partying, party hard. Nothing gets in the way. Very good. Carolina, thank you for sharing.
Hi, everyone. So this week was an amazing week for me on a personal level. So my wins were putting myself first, proud of some decisions I made, and setting boundaries and sticking to them.
I love that, Carolina. So can you be specific? You don't have to give it away, but how specifically did you put yourself first? About what?
So being led by my vision and just like sticking to my vision no matter what, and
Yes.
choosing happiness.
Very powerful. Amazing. Ah, you guys look radiant. Thank you for sharing. Handsome Mark, what are you up to?
Hello, hello. So opened up escrow with the family that I've been working with since the beginning of June. Finally got them under contract and scheduled my first luxury listing appointment for next week. So pretty pumped about that.
Oh my God, I get chills. Congratulations, Mark. So let me ask you 3 questions. How did you get that business, first of all?
Know my ratios. 150 contacts to 1 appointment. I made 300 contacts and got 1 appointment. So I just kept going.
What are your ratios now?
It's still 150 to an appointment.
So 150 to an appointment. How would you like to do 250 and get 4 appointments?
Hey, that'd be amazing. But
coming up next, after this training today, we're gonna teach you how to anchor yourself and shift. So when your body starts to come down in energy, besides exercising and nutrition, there's the brain that triggers everything. It's like a catalyst to keep going. So that's called the Olympian mental. You know, the mindset is the Olympian mindset because we don't stop. Congratulations, Mark. I'm so happy. Your first luxury appointment. So what are you shooting for? What is the luxury base point?
It's a $1.5 million listing. About a little over 6,000 square feet in the South Bay Chula Vista area. So.
All right. So reach out for coaching because luxury inventory is a totally different ball game, my dear.
Yeah.
We don't do open houses. It's a different way of setting up the whole system for luxury. So if you need coaching, reach out and group me and I'll give you pointers for you and for the rest of the team, for the people that are going after the high-end product, okay?
Thank you.
Very good. Camille, your video is not on. Let me go to Aspen. Hello,
no, I'm here.
Hello. This week I've been a little bit sick, but I will feel better after I drink the tea that you just sent me the recipe to.
Yes.
Other than that, I've been able to work on a lot of the back end stuff. Like I have my weekly email now that I'll be sending out to all. I have 3,000, no, not 3,000. I have 2,200 emails that will go to today.
Wow.
Which I'm really excited about. I have my marketing flyers for my farm done that will be sent out every week. And then I'm getting a bunch of clients. No one wants to buy right now. So my pipeline is like overflowing. It's just not.
Yeah, so we're gonna get a laser coaching in the next 30 seconds. So please pay attention, people. So what Aspen said is no one is buying. What type of language is that?
Away.
Limiting belief.
It's an away language, right? No one's buying. Is it true?
No.
Could it be possible that it's only in Aspen's bubble, the way she's framing her bubble right now, for whatever reason? Yes, could it be possible that it's only in her bubble?
Yeah.
Yeah, could it be possible that the same Aspen being out of the shell, out of the cocoon, in a different mindset could see abundance? And could it be
tons of people buying right now. They all want to buy right now.
Yes, Aspen. And here's one more thing. This is for everybody, not only for Aspen. So let's be grateful to Aspen for bringing this nugget up. She has buyers lined up. And I know that she has a powerful leader supporting her on this and the lending side. So what's going to happen is this. What Aspen goes into the cocoon, while she's going into the small cocoon to recuperate her body, the business partner gets to hold the fort for her. Stand by, buyers. Guess what we have? We're going to have incredible showings. Here are the dates. Here are the possibilities. And the affiliate is going to weed them out for Aspen. Because we could say we have 10 buyers ready, but they just don't want to buy. that's okay. However, we have a lender that is NLP trained. We have a realtor that is NLP trained. So what are the possibilities, people, of the 10 buyers going into escrow in the next 45 days?
Hi. I have a quick question. So, yes, that was another one today, being linked up with Abraham. I don't know why it took me so long to get connected with him. That was just my fault. But with that, I texted Abraham and I was like, listen, I'm like really sick right now. I sound sick when I talk on the phone, and that's not exactly the kind of reflection I want to give of myself. And so I told him, I was like, I'll resume next week. Like he's made a ton of calls this week, and I didn't want I didn't want the work to be uneven, if that makes sense.
Yes. So how we go about it is this. I'm throwing you what works for me in the past, and it works for every top producer out there. So when I became ill a long time ago, under the weather, and I had all these showings, my lender was there. My lender and somebody that I trust did the showings for me. So I let go. So in this case, I'm going to be Aspen. I'm going to go, hey, Abraham, here's my clients. I'm sick as a dog. I cannot even show property right now, so make it happen. Whatever needs to happen, it needs to happen. So if you get to find someone that is licensed that can show property for my clients on my behalf, I'd be happy and willing to compensate out of the escrow. Here's the compensation, boom. And guess what? Everybody's going to go. He has a plethora of agents that he trusts, that he can say, hey, I have showing on Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday. Here's the dates, here's the hours, here's the property addresses, it's confirmed. Go show properties for Aspen. And yes, of course, you're going to be making a little less, but you're retaining the client.
Yeah.
So my dad used to say, if you cannot get the whole woof, at least get the hair. One hair out of the whole woof, it's better than nothing. See that? So what I just did right now is open the possibilities, Aspen, to continue doing business while you're in the cocoon of healing yourself.
Yeah.
Others masterfully delegate to everybody else and let them go at it. And trust me, they're going to go into battle for you, Aspen. I know Abraham. He's a beast when it comes to buyers. And he weeds them out quickly. Very good. Abraham.
Hey, thank you, Aspen. I had something similar myself. I'm just kind of like, am I catching something? It's the second wave. Am I getting it? And I'm not getting it. I'm not sick. I'm not nothing. But everyone else is. I'm like, well, is that just me thinking it? Like now I'm trying to NLP myself into not believing that I'm sick because everyone else is, or I don't even know. I don't know. The only person I know that's sick is Aspen, actually. But it's like I was feeling that same way. I'm like, oh man, but I do reach out for coaching, and I mean, what I would say is that this week was one of those times where I just kind of every time I would speak, someone would say, I just don't like your mentality right now. I'm like, well, what does that mean? Well, you're just being negative. I'm like, no, I'm not. And then even in my response, it was a negative response. So it's like, okay, dang, all right, it's me. But it's one of those things this week, even with me having like this mental shift or battle, I learned, I bought a book and I learned how to like center myself, because I tend to just kind of get a little loose for 5-10 seconds, but just recalibrating myself every single day has been one of those things that I'm teaching myself, like, man, like, I don't work with $1 million buyers all the time. They come here and there, but when they speak to me, they know what kind of person, or it's like they know already. Like I'm already talking to somebody who does millions and millions a month, or makes millions a month, and I'm over here like, oh yes, I'm not catering to their needs, and Mark, what what Veronica said earlier, like it's a different market. And I'm used to, you know, my 500, 600, $800,000 buyers, but these $1 million buyers are telling me like, hey, no, the answer is no. This is what I need. Instead of, you know, so it's just completely different. So it's been an awesome week, and I'm glad that Mark brought that up. Aspen, you too. Like I'm right there. I'm in the same container. So I'm excited for today. I was even early. My win is that okay, I'll give you a win. Normally it takes me about 4 deals to get up to about $1 million and a half. I have 2 that came in at 1.3 and then 1 at 1.4. So with two deals, I'm already at 3 million, which typically takes me a lot more work. So that's a huge win for me.
Very good. Very good. Congratulations, people. Let's see who else is on the call. Who's next? It's Miss Eleanor.
Hi there.
How are you?
I'm good. What's up?
Go ahead.
So I had a really eventful week that was very up and down. I had my kids here for a while. I had some great fun with my family. And then I had 2 buyers and a seller who said they decided to wait. And I was feeling really like my energy wasn't very good. And it was funny. I sort of feel like I made that happen because I was thinking, I just need a break. I just can't do this anymore. I need a break. And so that went away. So I scheduled a 10-day trip, and I'm going to go to Santa Cruz and see my son, and Salt Lake City, see my other son, and just do a road trip. And my plan is to hike every morning, drive in the afternoon, and then have fun wherever I am at night. So
awesome. That's powerful. So here's for everybody. And Eleanor, again, let's be grateful to Eleanor because she is open up for the laser coaching in 90 seconds. So when your body and your spirit and your inner child is asking you to stop, then sometimes we get conflicted. Oh, I can go because I haven't closed any escrows. Oh my gosh, I don't know. I don't think it's a good idea. And as soon as you start saying those things, guess what's going to happen? The inner child is going to go resentful. The inner child is speaking to you loud and clear. I don't want to do this today. It doesn't say ever again. It just says, today, I don't feel like I just me time.
Right.
In that moment, I want you to honor yourself, like Carolina said earlier, and you get to do you. Because no one is going to give it to you. No, your spouse, your partner, your friends, your coworkers, no one is going to give you that sense of peace, bliss, grace. So congratulations, Eleanor, you get to recognize what's going on internally and you want to take a break. Go take a break, my love. Have fun, hike, do anything that makes you happy. And what I want you to do as a task, as you go through the journey of discovery again in 10 days, you are going to shift. Something is going to be different by the time you come back here.
Yeah.
And I know it's going to be even powerful because guess what happens? When you feel overwhelmed and you're like, okay, you know, I don't think this is for me anymore. I want out. What happens is you go out of that container. And this happens all the time, you guys. You go out for 2, 3 days, 4 days, and if it's 10 days, it's a sweet spot, by the way, 10 days. Then you're like, okay, I'm good. I want to come back to real estate. I want to come back to my buyers, my sellers. And you come back with more enthusiasm, more congruency, and happier. The whole key here in your vision is, are you having fun? If you're not having fun, we get to recalibrate. All right.
Ready? Is this ready?
Let's go with Camille. Hi, beautiful Camille.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So my 3 wins for the week are I started a new workout challenge. So I'm doing planks, front, side, and back, increasing by a couple seconds every week. So right now I'm up to 50 seconds for each side. So that's a win. Yesterday, we had our socially distanced block party, and I made a pie that I've never made before, and everybody loved it. And that was cool. And then I did a meditation this morning where I revisited my values for a romantic relationship. So getting back in touch with doing that.
Awesome. I'm loving this. What I love about this container right now, all of you guys pretty much have the clarity of what it takes to be in Road to Mastery. See, we just didn't make that up just because it sounded good. In reality, my journey started 6 years ago, and I'm still in Road to Mastery. And it's never going to end for me because it's a road all the way until I'm no longer here. So just like you, I'm always reevaluating myself, reassessing my values in the context of intimacy with a partner. And sometimes it takes only 3 months. Sometimes it takes a full year for myself to go, hey, wait a minute, something's not working. Why am I getting these different results now? And it's because somehow, somewhere, my values shifted a little bit. Or there's a value that needs to be brought up that was no longer there. So in my case, I'm always being challenged with patience. So as you can tell in an intimate relationship, you must have patience. That's one of the things that gets to be in the first 5. Because if you have no patience or flexibility, then we become rigid. And what happens when something is rigid and the pure pressure happens? It breaks. So very good, Camille. I'm so proud of you. You're evaluating your values and see how is that going to attract so you can be found. Because I'm telling you, you will be found.
Well, Claudia needs to come in.
All right, let me get Claudia in. Thank you, Ms. Camille, for sharing. Mayra?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my wins for this week have been being very consistent with prospecting, staying coachable, and diving deeper into the NLP mastery by finding this book on Audible. So I'm excited about the anchoring because it covered anchoring, mirroring, and empowering questions.
Yes.
Which was really big for me because I did a video yesterday, somewhat of a mini commercial, and it felt as if I was doing shadow work because all my insecurities started arising again. Like who do you think you are? Like, you're going after this. So I feel like I'm ready to receive the learnings from today because I got a little taste of it, and I'm just ready. I'm ready to.
Your language brings me back. Your language brings me back at 22 years old when I did a lot of work on myself in the context of ego. And that mentor used phrases like your shadow, Veronica, you have this dark shadow that it's kind of wanting to take over and it wants to control everything. And it's full of all these fears. And that's why you're so aggressive and yada, yada, yada. And what I got out of that container back when I was 22 years old, and it was an intense container. It was about 2.5, almost 3 years. And it wasn't because the program was along, it was my ego. The ego was refusing to be receptive.
Yeah.
But I'm here to tell you, Mayra, that once you get to embrace your ego and love it and cherish it, never make it wrong, you actually are able to be one with the shadow and you get to dance with it. And when the ego comes in, you get to embrace it, look at it and say, gosh, I just heard that right now. Thank you. Thank you. I know you're here to protect me. I love you. And I'm still going to do it. And you just do it.
Thank you.
Very good. Claudia. All right.
What was the questions? I was waiting on the
wins for last week and your wins for this week.
Oh, my wins for last week. Jeez, look, I have a lot of wins.
Yes, someone's using her Evo.
Yes, I am, and I'm still waiting for the other ones to come in. Well,
Yes.
but let me just tell you the wins for just today.
All right.
I got an offer accepted.
Woo, woo.
I received my certificate to also do financing, life insurance.
Very good.
I am going to. We were just told that we're going to be closing on my house early next week.
Congratulations. Yes.
Thank you. And then 2 days ago, I got another offer accepted.
Wow.
And then also got news that we're going to be closing in 2 weeks for another property.
Cool.
And geez, it's just blessings all around. I got a bigger engagement ring.
That's always good. Big is always good.
Yeah, and I am so blessed that I have money in my bank account.
Yes, yes, yes. So that's a plethora of blessings for Claudia. So can I ask you a quick question? Because we all want to get to that point of just waking up with blessings left and right every day. What has been the biggest shift in you to attract all this abundance in the love bubble, in the economic bubble, in your state, as a mother, as a girlfriend, as a professional? What has been the biggest shift?
My biggest shift, I believe, is removing, or I have removed negative thoughts. I always think in abundance. I pray in the morning and I pray at night. I pray for others, which actually has helped me. Geez, I ever since I started praying individually for other people, even for those people who are no longer in my path, but I still pray for them.
Good.
Geez, it's I've been doing so many different things, and I know that using the reading a lot, Audible.
Yes.
I'm listening to this book called Love and Respect, and it has to do with relationships with your marriage. Reading about being successful in not just in sales, but how to be a human when it comes to being a human in business.
Yes, 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 yes. So this is what I hear. You have completely shifted the way of being.
Yeah.
You are focusing on reading, which is feeding your brain with positive stuff, with things that are enhancing and stretching your mindset, your thinking. You are obviously in this container with a highly supportive team. You have mastered already NLP, because this is your mastery level already.
Yeah.
And everything has to do with the mind. So
Yeah.
that's one of the things we're going to touch right now with anchoring. And some of you guys are already, looking into more feed from outside through books of NLP. That's fantastic. We applaud you. And I want you to also come here and listen how we teach NLP, because it's pure. It's not watered down. We don't use anything else like crystals and stuff. It's directly from the source. So for Abraham and whoever is also reading NLP books, you're going to go, wow, the book didn't say that. The book didn't show us that. And
Yeah,
that's
I've also been reading NLP books as well, changing your mindset and how the brain works.
Yes. So very good. I think Kaya's ready for it. Let me see. Did I miss anybody?
Let's see. Jesse's here. Let's get Jesse here.
Hold on. Let me see. I
He's
want to
right
make
here.
sure everybody. And there's Lucian. All right. So we have an incredible classmate of yours here. His name is Jesse. So he's going to share with you guys in a minute and a half his wins for the week, because he is going to be graciously the demo subject for today. So let's give him some energy, some love. Welcome, Jesse. All right. Jesse, how are you?
Doing good. So my wins for the wins for the week.
For last week and then this week.
The escrow for Palmdale, we're double ending it, so that's good. I also have a buyer that I'm working with, qualifying it, so we're getting paid on the loan and the real estate side.
Yes, that's 3 sides.
That's 3 sides, and I got interviewed for a Christian-based network on Facebook. So
Yes.
And then I got a paid coaching client for just this one session. So things are working out in my favor.
So what was your shift? There's something that you did that you were not doing. There was a gap of time where things were good and then they were not good. And now you're back to being good. So what happened? What's the shift?
well, focusing on results, and then also just making the shift with reinventing myself. Instead of beating myself up and being stuck on like punishing myself, I'm just like, wait, I get to recommit and it's okay.
Yes.
Simple as that.
Yes. What I love about what Jesse, can you guys see me? Yes. What I love about what Jesse is sharing with you is that's exactly what this whole thing is all about. That's why we call it Road to Mastery, because Road to Mastery is a never-ending road. Our life is never ending until we're no longer here. So every day we get to wake up and we get to focus on what do we want to create for us first. Who do we get to be today based on what gets to happen? And sometimes putting so much effort and who do we get to be because of the vision, yada, 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 sometimes it gets blurry. So I'm going to give you what I call the grounding question. And you guys already know this is, where are you now is one way of doing it. To bring you present, completely present to today is Friday, July the 10th, and it's 1:33 p.m. That's part one. The second question is, what does my creator want for me today? Whoever is your creator, whatever religion you're in, you get to surrender and say, what do you want for me today? And usually it's better and even bigger than the agenda we had in Evo. That's what happens to me and all the time in Kaya. We have everything planned the night before, and we have these appointments, and we have these coachings, and the to-do list, and the focus, and having fun, and yeah, we're in control. And then the morning of, after we do our meditation, and we find out where we are today and who do we need to be, then we go, what do you want, Creator, for me today? And then you just listen. And that's when the message comes in, and you're like, oh, I don't get to do this today. I get to do this, and that. Cool. And we adapt.
Gabriela.
So let's see, Gabriela is joining. Yes. Let's see, where's Gabriela? There she is, beautiful Gabriela. Happy Friday. And I know she and I were going to do laser coaching later on after this call. So 3 weeks for the week last week, and 3 weeks for the week this week. Go for it, Gabriela.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
3 wins for the week from last week and 3 wins for this week.
I could barely remember what I did yesterday. I just, well, let's skip it.
Okay, so what are the 3 wins today for you?
Hopping in the lake.
That's good.
Being alive.
Very good.
And
one more.
Seeing everybody.
Very good. So I'm going to give you a nugget, and we're going to be grateful to Gabriela to bring us present. Yes? How many of you guys have been in Gabriela's shoes? She doesn't have to say anything. We can all read it. Yes?
Yes.
Raise your hand. Yes. How many of you guys have met clients that are in this state? Yes. Most importantly is, have you been able to shift that person in front of you? Did you have the tools? Did you have the compassion? Did you have the care? Did you have the high level of love for the person in front of you? Or did you judge? Did you criticize? And you had expectations? Remember what I said this morning? I had an agenda and an Evo and everything is perfect. And then suddenly the creator said, no, Veronica, you get to do this with these 4 people. So I have 4 people. One of them is Gabriela. There's a reason why we get to do the meditation. There's a reason why we connect deeply inside, because we don't know where the nuggets come from. So Gabriela happens to be the nugget today for all of you to remind us that we are humans. That it doesn't matter how much NLP degrees, certificates come our way. Our bodies are made of flesh and blood. and we feel things. So we're not made of iron. We don't have sand in our veins. We are creatures. We are animals that feel. The question is, and I'm going to ask this question for Gabrielle, and this is for everybody. When we go into those moments of self-reassessment, how much time do you allow yourself before you shift? Because here's the thing, Gabrielita, when you do not give yourself permission to shift, you can stay in it. I call it the rabbit hole because it's dark and it can go all the way in until who knows. So I always do this for me, and I teach this in Olympian Top Producer. Oh crap, I'm in my shit right now. All right, I have 3 minutes, exactly 3 minutes. I'm gonna put my clock. For the next 3 minutes, I get to be in the shit. I'm gonna feel disappointed, hurt, whatever I wanna feel, I'm gonna allow myself to feel for 3 minutes. Go for it, Veronica. And then I let go. I just go, yes, I wanna kill this person, whatever that looks like. And then the clock is up. Then it's like, whew, now I feel great. No casualties, because I did it on my own, in my own bubble, in my own space, in the bathroom, in my bedroom, outside, in the car, whatever I can be by myself. So when I look around, there's no casualties. I did not say anything that I did not mean, or something that I cannot take back even with an apology. That's called your shift. And you do it on your own because you use radical self-reliance. So this is for everybody. Radical self-reliance means you do not wait for the coach. You do not wait for somebody to be there for you, because guess what? Sometimes people are not available. So we don't want ever to create a crutch. That in order for us to shift, we have to have somebody there. And it's hard. I remember when I was going through the most difficult times in my life, I had a coach from Pepperdine University, Dr. Strom. He was 87 years old, my beloved dinosaur coach. And when he retired and he called me, he said, Veronica, this Friday is our last coaching call because I am retiring. I was like, okay, congratulations. You're still coaching me, right? And he's like, no, honey, I am done with education. I get to take time for myself and be a grandfather. I heard it, I understood the concept, but because it was affecting me personally, I was like, how much can I pay you? I can double the fee. And he said, there's no money. It's the end of the journey, sweetheart. And I remember, like even right now, it was similar, like saying goodbye to my dad. It wasn't comfortable. And for the next few weeks, I struggled. I struggled emotionally because he was my outlet. I could come in with him with all my stuff because I didn't know how to deal with certain situations that were so tough that I couldn't go with my family. I couldn't go with friends. They were probably just gonna go, are you kidding me? So I used to go only with my coach. And when that window closed, I felt like I was left dead in the water, like I couldn't cope with this stuff. It was too much. And then he sent me a text. And he said, never forget that you are human. Because in your humanity, you will find radical self-reliance. And then the last line was, ta-ta, little Duchess. And that was it. From that moment, I realized I don't need a physical Dr. Strong to be with me. I have Dr. Strong within myself. And then I did enroll in another coaching program with Pepperdine with Dr. Kurt. And he was similar, and yet he was different. And I still have that. So every 3 months, I go into a 2-day coaching with Dr. Kurt, but it's not every day. And from that, I got the shift. I get to give myself permission to feel however I feel, even if it's uncomfortable. So for high Ds like us, Gabrielita, we're filled with what? Anger. We're not proud. I'm not proud. I can go angry like this, and Kaya knows it. I'm short fuse. For anything that doesn't go in the right way or somebody blinked the wrong way, I can go off like you have no idea. And yet in 6 years, he hasn't seen that dragon come out too often. He has seen it and is not comfortable. And I embrace that because it's part of who I am. Like Maida said, is like the little shadow that's with me. So for you today, and this is the lesson for everybody before I bring Kaya on board, we actually get to experience that. So you get to decide, Gabrielita, right now, between 1 minute to 2 minutes. What is the sweet spot for you to just embrace how you feel? And as soon as the clock hits the mark, you get to choose to shift.
I'm shifting right now.
There you go. See? I could tell. Everybody can tell. See? There you go. There you go. There you go. And that's the power of you being human. And sometimes when we are in the rabbit hole, it's because we have not allowed ourselves to think those thoughts that are crazy, to feel those feelings that people label them as crazy, like jealousy, rage. I want to kill this person. It's okay to think about it. Don't say, say it, but just don't do it, right?
Yeah.
But you're human. You actually are able to, remember, we were not given all those feelings for us to suppress and to look pretty and perfect all the time. No, we were given those feelings, the jealousy, ambition, whatever, for a purpose. It's for us to embrace that feeling because that's feedback for your body and your brain. It's just feedback. Very good. So now let's bring Kaya. We're going to give him a nice welcome. And I have Dominic. Oh, she's coming in. So after Dominic, she's going to share a minute, her wins. Let me look it up where she is. Miss Dominic. Welcome, welcome. And what are your 3 wins for the week last week and 3 wins for this week? Are you there? Can you hear me? Miss Dominic? Can you hear me? We cannot hear you, Dominic.
There you go. Now can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. 3 wins for the week from last week and 3 wins for this week. And then we're going to bring Kaya to teach anchoring today.
Okay. Currently, I have 25 escrows going. We bought a new travel trailer.
Pause. How many escrows, Dominic?
25.
Woo! Everybody, give her some energy. Whoa! This is Olympian top producer right here. Wow. Okay, next. Sorry, I almost lost myself there.
We bought a new travel trailer. We've been on vacation for the last 10 days with 25 transactions going.
Yes.
That was fun. Other than it, yeah, I was on vacation for 10 days. It's been fun.
Awesome,
I found dinosaur tracks.
You what?
I found dinosaur footprints in the ground.
Oh my God, did you take pictures?
Yes. I'll post them.
Share with us with the group. Oh my God, congratulations. I'm extremely happy. You guys see that? Is a cherry on top in this container. She just showed up like, oh yeah, by the way, 25 escrows. I love that. I love that. All right, so let's bring with a nice energy, with some love to Kaya. Let's bring him up. Woo, woo! Kaya. There you go. I'm going to leave you with Jesse and Kaya. And today, please focus out to the container because it's powerful. I want you to pay attention to this incredible human being. We need to bring him the chair here.
Yeah, no, he's good. He can chill for on the sofa for a little bit.
I can see Lucian in the container.
You want to join Zoom so you can see what I'm doing? You can. You would just have to do it with your volume down. What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing? Powerful lights. Okay, cool. So who's excited about today? Yeah. Who's heard about anchoring before? Anybody? Okay, some of you have had an experience of anchoring with us before, and we're going to go deeper. And some of you haven't even had an experience with anchoring with us before, and you're going to learn it for the first time. I would suffice to say that anchoring is perhaps one of the most important things for us to learn how to master and do right now with everything that's going on in the world. Who would agree with that? Especially when you know what it is. Anchoring really is about controlling your state. Write this down. Many of us have heard this before because we're either entrepreneurs, we're leaders, we're influencers, or salespeople. Write this quote down. You are not just an influencer or a salesperson. You are a state inducer. You're not just an influencer and or a salesperson, you are a state inducer. So in order to induce state in someone else, who's the first person that you get to induce? Get yourself going, right? You. Many of you are in sales or influencers. Some of you are leaders. You know, someone like Camille, she's not selling people necessarily any product, but she's influencing. She's speaking to crowds of people. So your ability to welcoming Jesse in here as well right now. You would just have to have your volume down, Jesse. Okay. That way, because there won't be any interference back and forth. So your ability to put yourself in a state of conviction, of energy, of enthusiasm, of power, of motivation, that is going to influence the person you're communicating with. Who agrees with that statement, right? So how do you control your state? When the world, right, you can accept or reject. Remember, you can accept or reject anything I say. If it resonates with truth with you, accept it. If it doesn't resonate with truth with you, you can delete it. The world, one could say, is one where most people are running an autopilot. Would you agree? And that autopilot is quite often dictated by the comfort zone, the status quo in life. It's dictated much by the media. It's dictated much by the leadership. So when the world is coming at us this way and saying, this is what we want you to think, this is what we want you to feel. There's a pandemic happening right now. We want you to be in fear. We want you to be anxiety. We want you to be in stress. We want you to be glued to the TV, thinking about nothing but, you know, this, that, and the other. You can understand why it's such a challenge. And we now know that we're hearing that there's a 600% increase in suicide rates, unfortunately, because of the anxiety and the stress. As the unemployment rate has gone up to above, you know, 20 plus percent, with every 1% increase in the unemployment rate, there is research that has showed that is translated to an increase of stress, arguments, conflicts, an increase in drinking alcohol, an increase of people taking drugs, and an increase in suicide. So there is so much happening around us, and that's why today's module is extremely important, because it's really about you controlling your state, you having state control. So write that down. This is about state control. Now, before we go into anchoring, it would be good for us to first to know a little bit about something before that, which is sensory acuity. So sensory acuity, I'm just going to give you a little sense of what it is. You know that NLP was developed based on modeling, right? Modeling successful behavior. What they did is they studied the most successful coaches and psychotherapists, and they saw what was it that they were doing that was creating outstanding results compared to people that were sitting with a psychologist or another coach or a therapist, where it would take 10, 20 years to get rid of a problem. they studied the people that were able to get results with clients instantly. So NLP is the process of modeling successful behavior. And you've heard this before, success leaves clues. So what are those clues? What are those strategies? What are those tools and techniques that make someone successful? So if you're going to model someone's successful behavior, then how do you model it, right? You're wondering, how do I model someone's successful behavior? So what you would do is you would look for certain things that they're doing, the way they hold themselves, the way they talk, the way they walk, their behavior. You would look at what they do, and then you would emulate it, or we call it modeling. And in the context of modeling, we're not really getting into rapport today. We're just going to do sensory acuity and anchoring, but you would learn how to mirror and match. And that's something that you probably have learned before, or if you haven't learned it before, you're going to be learning it in one of our other programs. So you'd be mirroring and matching, and I'll get into all that later. Just think of it as emulating. So there's two steps to this thing. When you want to model someone's successful behavior, the first thing you would do is you would look for certain things, and then you would emulate those things and make those things yours. So the reason why we're getting into sensory acuity briefly today, just briefly before we go into anchoring, is it is an extremely important skill set in anchoring. If you are going to be using the process of anchoring, which is to induce a state or having state control, you would be good to have a very good understanding of a skill set called sensory acuity, which is your ability to look and perceive and see the subtle shifts that is happening in a person, in the way they look, in the way they talk, the way they walk, and in their behavior. So your ability to be very sensitive to what's going on with them is an important skill set in you being good in that process of anchoring. Now write this down. You guys know who John Maxwell is, right? So John Maxwell says leaders are readers in his book, 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. Leaders are readers. They're readers of themselves. They're readers of others. They're readers of the situation around them, and that's what makes them a great leader. So you're going to be learning a small tool right now. Well, it's a big tool actually, called sensory acuity, that is going to make you a much better reader of yourself and others. Okay, so let's get into sensory acuity. I'm going to write some things up for us here. And then when we finish this, we'll go into anchoring. Sensory acuity. Why do you want to learn sensory acuity? You want to learn it because you want to be a very good reader of other people, their body language, their facial gestures, their voice tonality, everything that's happening when they're communicating with you, such that by being a better read on them and being a better read on yourself, you're able to calibrate. I'll explain what that means in a minute. You're able to calibrate, which is assess what's happening as they're shifting from one mindset to another, or one physiology to another, or one thought or one feeling to another. You're able to calibrate that, and you're able to adjust, and you're able to be the best communicator. You remember one of the most famous people in our time is Mr. Karate himself. And he said, what did he say? He said, be like water. Who am I talking about? What's his name? Be like water. Who wants to unmute yourself?
Bruce Lee.
Bruce Lee. He said, be like water. He says, water goes over, water goes under, water goes around, water goes through. Water improvises, adapts, and overcomes. And that's what you want to be. You want to be like water. So having this skill set is you being as a communicator like water. You're able to go under, over, round, through. You're able to achieve your outcome. So what are the things that you want to pay attention to when you're observing another person and you're assessing them, or you're calibrating? Calibrating is noticing the difference between, you know, how they were in one moment to how they are in another moment, what's changing. Calibration is really realizing and noticing the change that's shifting and happening in them. We're only mainly going to focus with the face today, okay? So number one is skin color. Now, when we say skin color, who's noticed, put your hand up, who's noticed when someone is, you know, embarrassed or someone is surprised or something, how their face changes color? Who's noticed that before? We all have, right? So what you notice is, and maybe you didn't, you might not have been aware of it, is that actually what's happening is blood is coming up in through the face when they're becoming flush or when they're becoming embarrassed, or maybe if someone is in a lot of fear, right, they get pale, right? So blood comes out of the face and flushes to the outer extremities, one could say because they're getting ready for fight or flight. So they need, the blood comes out and it goes to the muscles so that they can, you know, they can run fast or fight hard, right? So we know the blood's coming in and coming out of the face. And what that causes, what that creates is a lightness to a darkness. So we don't want you to think of it as color specifically, but we would rather you to think of it as darkness or lightness. So as the blood's coming up through the face will actually get a little bit darker. So what you would do is you would think of this as this. I'm going to take a black and white camera and I'm going to take a picture of Kaya's face right now with a black and white camera. Okay, so boom, there it is. I might have a neutral tone right now. Then something embarrassing or something surprising or shocking or whatever may happen. And then all this blood comes up to my face as I get beet red. Who's ever seen someone get beet red, right? And then what you're going to do is you take another picture in black and white with a black and white camera, and you're going to, because it's only black and white, right? It's not a color camera, it's a black and white camera. What you're going to notice is the second picture is slightly darker. As the person becomes beet red, as blood comes in through the face, that second picture is going to be slightly darker. That tells you that there has been a shift. So the very first thing is skin color, which is really darkening of the skin. Even an African-American person, it's kind of hard to see with a black person what that might be, but you can still see it. Like I've even seen some black people where literally you can start to see slightly the redness coming in their face, but it's very subtle. So yes, this is, depends on the race of the person, the skin color will dictate how easy or how challenging it may be to actually see this specific shift color. So that's number one. Number two is skin tonus. Now, what is skin tonus? Skin tonus has to do with the contracting of the muscles in the face. Who's ever seen The Rock, right? Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, right? Very famous actor. You know how, you know, he has this wrestling look. I mean, I don't know if I can do it, but I guess he has his face to the side and he goes like, or he does this, you know, like, he does this thing where he contorts one side of his face and it's kind of like this, you know, cute gesture, this cheeky little gesture. So notice that when you see the muscles under the skin moving, right, that's really the muscles under the skin contracting or uncontracting, right? Contracting or relaxing, contracting or relaxing. So put your hand under your jaw, everybody, like this, and just relax your mouth, completely relaxed, right? Now what I'd like for you to do is I'd like for you to clench your jaw like you're biting on something so hard or something's hurting and you're like, ooh, grit your teeth. Okay, perfect. So who noticed that there was a shift in the muscular structure under your face? Who noticed that? We all did, right? It's like, hello, obviously, right? So that's what that is. So that is what's happening with the skin tonus, is you're contracting the muscles under the skin, and what's happening is the the muscles are moving in such a way that your face is now symmetrical or asymmetrical. So what's symmetrical? Symmetrical or asymmetrical? Symmetrical. I wonder if that, or asymmetrical. Or asymmetrical. Symmetrical means it's changing and it's even, like this. See, it's perfectly even. And asymmetrical means it's not even, it's like to one side. Or one side, okay? So you got those two definitions. Now, what you want to do is, we're going through this, what you want to do is you want to start thinking as these shifts are happening in skin color, the person's getting darker. And I'll write this. Person's either getting darker or lighter. And this one, skin tone is symmetrical or asymmetrical. What I want you to start thinking is, I want you to start linking that to an internal state. So you're seeing something happen on the exterior, but what you're doing is you're linking that to some state. Is it joy and happiness? Is it fear? Is it sadness? Is it excitement? What is it? So you're finding these subtle shifts in their face and you're assigning them or linking them to a specific state. And I'll continue with that in a moment. What's calibration? As you're comparing the before and the after between one state and another state, you're using a skill set called calibration. And what that is you are looking carefully at the differences for the shifts. So calibration, I'm going to put that here as well. Calibration. Right, so you're looking at the differences. Looking at the differences for the shifts. Okay. That's a skill set you're using when you're doing the process of using your sensory acuity. Now, let me clarify something, because some people later I find out they misinterpret what sensory acuity means. Sensory acuity is it's your ability to notice the differences in someone else's gestures and state. Sensory acuity is a ability of yours. It's not someone else's. So you're not saying, well, I looked at Mark and Mark's sensory acuity was telling me this. No, sensory acuity is yours, the observer's. It's your ability to notice something in someone else, the shifts in someone else. It's your ability, it's your skill set. Okay, cool. So skin tone is, let's go to number 3. Oh, by the way, on that, there are some people who you've seen before who are sitting, who's seen someone sitting at a desk where their arms crossed, or like they're crossed like this, right? And who's actually pre-assigned meanings to that? Where you see this and you go, well, obviously the person's just, this person's obviously blocked, right? This person's obviously shut down, right? Who's had that experience where you interpreted that as they must be shut down? Look, you can't even get in there. They're just like completely like this. Well,
when I sat like that.
That happened once. We had a graduation for our certification class, and this woman, our graduate, she brought her husband to the graduation class. We were in downtown LA, a city club in the 54th floor at the Wells Fargo building, in this beautiful, huge boardroom. And we had this huge graduation thing, and her husband, she was the student, her husband was the guest on graduation, so he hadn't attended any of our trainings. He sat there through the whole graduation like this. It wasn't like this, but it was like this. And some people were kind of, mentioning like, oh, is he unhappy? Or what's going on with him? I had a conversation with him at the end of the night, and he was just flabbergasted. He was like, I'm so happy for my wife. I love this. This was an incredible graduation. I just want to let you know, Kaya had the best time I've ever had at any graduation I've ever been. And I said, yeah, that's amazing. I noticed that you were really there. You were sitting in your chair and you were like this. And he says, oh yeah, he says, it's uncomfortable for me to have my arms down to my sides when I'm sitting in a chair. It's actually uncomfortable. My arms hang and it's just uncomfortable, my shoulders. He says, I always sit like this because I'm able to just put my arms on my stomach and I'm able to just relax my shoulders and I just feel so comfortable. So let's not make a mistake. In NLP, we really teach precision sensory acuity, precision anchoring. We do not pre-assign meanings without doing our due diligence and really find what's going on. Does that make sense? So don't write this down. I do not rush to conclusions when I'm reading someone's body language. What you do is you look at many of these factors. I'm going to share with you 5 things you're going to look at. So you would never make a decision or assessment on a person based on just their arms or just the color of their face. You would use 2, 3, 4, 5 of these to gather as much information as you can and then make an assessment. So write that down. You do not want to pre-assign meanings. All right. So what you're doing is you're looking at across from you at another person and you're seeing what you can see within them and you're gathering all that information and making an assessment. Now you've had this experience before. Who's ever been pulled over by a police officer? Got a ticket. Who's had way too many tickets? Who hasn't had many tickets because you haven't been driving very much recently? Who's waiting for the next time you do drive and you're like, oh my God, now I got a ticket right away, right? So police officers do this quite often where they're, the lie detecting that they do. What they do is they ask you a question. What's your name? Question 2, what city are you from? Question 3, where did you come from tonight? And then what they're doing is they're asking you questions that you would not, even if you were hiding something, they would ask you questions not about what you're hiding, but they ask you questions that you would not have any need to lie about. So in other words, they'll be like, hey, what's your name? Okay, I'm Kyle. Okay, and is this your car? Yes, my car. Where'd you come from tonight? Oh, no. So they're asking you questions that you would be ordinarily telling the truth on. And what they're doing is they're calibrating truth. What do you look like when you're saying the truth? Then they ask you the question they really want to know, which is there anything in the car that I should know about? Is there anything that you're in possession of in your car that I should know about? Any illegal substances, any fire weapons, or this or that? So then they ask you the question on something that you could potentially lie on if you're trying to conceal. And what they're doing is looking to see if there's a shift between what your physiology was when you were telling the truth and what your physiology is when you potentially might lie. And if they see a shift, then they know they've calibrated, which calibration is noticing the difference between picture 1 and picture 2. They've calibrated, now they know that something's fishy. So that's what calibration is. We've actually had police officers come and take our training, and then when we got to eye patterns, which they haven't learned for whatever reason, they are in shock, which, by the way, that's another tool that you'll get to learn in another program if you haven't already learned eye patterns with us, which is learning when the eyes move. Let's say they move up here or down there or up here or there or down there. What is the meaning of those eye patterns? And from that, it's a huge application that you can use in the context of sales and actually speaking into their listening based on where they're looking will tell you what's going on in their head. And once you know what's going on in their head, you're able to feed the right words that matches what's going on in their head. And now you're able to influence them better. So today's topic, actually, there's many other tools that come in conjunction with this, but we're really going to focus on sensory acuity and go right into anchoring. And we're going to leave those other tools for another opportunity for us to share with you when we get round to that. So you can be paying attention to the eye movements as well. So that's what the police officers do. So they're calibrating. What do you sound like? What do you look like when you're telling the truth? And what do you sound like? What do you look like when you're hiding something? So if every time they ask you a question, hey, what's your name? Oh, I'm Mark. You know, what city you live in? Chula Vista. Is this your car? Yes. Is there anything I need to know in the car? Is there anything in the car that I need to know about? No. Well, obviously, look, just something weird just happened, right? Yeah, something like your whole thing just changed. That's what they're looking for. So, number 3 is breathing. Who's noticed that when people go through different mindset in a different state, their breathing changes, right? Of course, their breathing changes. Some people breathe up high. Some people breathe down in the medium, right? In the middle of their chest. Some people breathe low, right? High, medium, low, or fast or slow, right? So I can write that down. High, medium, breathing, or low, or fast, or slow, right? So all of these things, are they breathing high? Are they breathing in the middle of the chest? Are they breathing low? Who's ever seen someone breathing high? Like you can feel it all up in here, or here, or low, where you're sitting, see someone sitting at the table or sitting at a chair, and their lower abdomen, right? Their lower abdomen just sort of expands and then contracts down here low, or fast, or really slow, right? So that's what you can notice there. What we're learning is that the breathing of an individual will change from moment to moment, depending on what state they're in. Now let's go to number 4. So that's 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna go 4 or 5 here. Number 4, surprises a lot of people. And I have to be honest, it surprised me quite a bit too. Number 4 is the lower lip size. Lower lip size. Isn't that interesting? The lower lip size, not even the higher lip, the lower lip. Isn't that interesting? So what happens with the lower lip is, I don't know if you can see mine. What happens is when blood comes in, the lip, the lower lip, starts to engorge. It starts to get bigger and fatter. And I'm sure people are putting a lot of injections or whatever they're putting in their lips too. But it starts to engorge. When it gets engorged, when it gets bigger, right, you start to see those little lines, those creases that when it's shrunk, start to disappear, and it just gets fuller, just like an inflatable bed. If you ever had an inflatable bed and you're putting air into it, in the beginning, it's all creased and all that. When you put air into it, it blows up, and eventually all the creases are gone, and it's just this tight spherical shape. When you take the air out, you start to see all the creases. So when the blood comes out of the lower lip, what happens is all the creases, you can see little vertical lines like this occur when the blood comes out. And then when the blood comes in, back in, it engulfs, and you can see those vertical lines then disappear. So that's what you're looking for with the lower lip. So I'll call it, let's call it engorged or shriveled. Engorged or shriveled. And I'll write down lines because you're going to essentially see lines. And the last thing you want to pay attention to, these are so important when you're doing anchoring. You get to know this so that you're really good in the process of anchoring. Last one, number 5, is eye pupils. The eye pupils. With an E, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Eye pupils. So with eye pupils, what's happening is either the eyes are becoming focused or they're becoming defocused. So let's write focused. Or defocused. Who knows what it looks like when a person's focused, right? That sort of, that super laser, like right now I'm focusing. I don't know if you can see what happens with my eyes when they're focused. I'm really focused. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to defocus. I don't know if you can see a shift in my eyes. I'm going to defocus. Ready? 1, 2, 3. And now I'm going to focus again. And now I'm going to defocus. I don't know if you can see that, the shift. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. Hopefully you can. Also, there's the dilated and undilated. So the pupils, actually we'll write this down here. The pupils, right, the pupil in the eye will become dilated, which means they'll become bigger, right? I know if when people do any addictive drugs or whatever, I think sometimes the pupils dilate, right? And then when the pupils undilate, which means they shrink, they get small. So dilated is the pupil getting bigger, and undilated is the pupil shrinking to smaller. So dilated, bigger. Or undilated, smaller. Some of us are in a relationship, you've got a significant other, and you can, have so much fun with this because you can start to see, the moment right before you kiss or after you kiss, or like, what's the shift? What happens to the lower lip? What happens to the face? What happens to blood? So really what you're doing is you're paying attention to all these things. The skin color, darker or lighter, as blood comes into the face or comes out. Your skin tonus, is it symmetrical, which means even, or is it asymmetrical, which means off to one side or not even? Breathing, is it high, medium, or low? Is it fast or is it slow? And then also lower lip size, is it engorged where the lines disappear because it becomes super inflated, or is it shriveled where the blood comes out and it becomes tight and then you start to see all the lines? And then finally, eyes, are the pupils focused or defocused? And are they dilated, the pupils, or are they undilated? So that's pretty much what you're paying attention to. So let's do a test with you guys. I'm going to ask you a question, and let's just see what happens. And I'm going to bring Jesse up. We're going to do a process with Jesse as well. But let's have everybody look directly in the camera. Pens, mute yourself, Aspen. Camera on if you would, please. And if you need better lighting next to you, go ahead and maybe Abraham, put your hat up or up just so we can see you're healthy. He's like, I don't try to be an Adonis. I just wake up this way, you guys. I just wake up. I just wake up this way. All right. So, and Aspen, where's Aspen?
Aspen said that she was having problems with her phone.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a question, and I'd like to see what the shift is. So, Eleanor, eyes to the camera. Richard, eyes to the camera. Everybody's good. And Myra, eyes to the camera too, please. Okay. So here's your question. Can you remember a time when you were totally happy, like on top of the world, like just so freaking happy, like you just like, I didn't even know what to do with myself? Can you remember a time when you were totally happy? Can you go back to that time right now? Drop down into your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard, really feel what you felt. Okay, good. Okay, now clear screen. So what'd you have for breakfast? Think of something else, right? So now here's the next question. Can you remember a time, unfortunately, but we're gonna go there. Can you remember a time when you were totally afraid? Like shit scared, like afraid, like completely freaked out, totally afraid. I'm not going to anchor that, so we don't need to go and, you know, but just you can remember a time you were totally afraid. Okay, so there it is. So clear the screen. Know that you're safe. You're good. It's all good. Now put your hand up if you notice a different feeling in your face, perhaps with either with the skin color, the skin tonus, or the breathing. Who noticed your breathing changed? Who noticed your face strength changed, like just the structure? Who noticed that one of them had more blood coming in your face and one of them had blood coming out of your face? Who noticed something with your lower lip? It's so subtle you probably wouldn't notice because it's your lower lip, right? If I held a mirror to you, you probably would notice. Who noticed your eyes changed? They became either focused or defocused, or dilated or undilated. Exactly. So I'm going to bring Mr. Incredible Jesse, life coach Jesse Alexander, to the stage. And we're just going to do a little exercise with him. And we're going to see, you know, what happens with him. I'm going to zoom in. Let me see if I can zoom in. Hold on. I'm getting creative here. Oh, maybe I need to use this one. Oh, there, wow. Look at that. Look at Jesse. So Jesse, if you would, let's see if you can move to that side just a couple inches with your chair.
Do you need me to take off my glasses?
You're perfect. Yeah. And your glasses would be good if you could have them off, maybe.
That way it doesn't look glare.
There we go. Okay, I'm going to move this over to the side a little bit more, so you have a little bit more room. Yeah, just okay. Bam! Bam! And let me lower it just a bit so we've got a good shot. He's a handsome man. He's a handsome fella. All right, so question for you.
Yes.
I'm going to ask Jesse a question, okay? Here we go. And I just want you, okay, so what are we doing, you guys, now? What we're doing, I'm going to come over here. Let's go like this so I can, all right. What I want you to do is I want you to use your sensory acuity, which is your ability to notice the shifts that happens in Jesse. Now, Jesse, I want you to pretend like this is real, right? I want you to allow yourself to be real. Like this isn't poker where you need to conceal what you think or feel like. There's nothing embarrassing. This is a very lighthearted exercise. So I want you to be real. And you're going to have an opportunity. I'm going to ask you a question. You're going to have an opportunity to answer. And those of you that are watching, I want you to pay close attention to what are the 5 things, right? Number 1, skin tonus, the blood that comes up through the face, right? Number 2, actually that's skin color. The blood comes through the face. Number 2, skin tonus. What's the skin tonus? The symmetrical or asymmetrical movement of the muscles under the skin. What was number 3? Number 3 is the breathing, correct. Is the breathing high? Is it medium? Is it low? Is it fast? Is it slow? And then pay attention to number 4, which is the lower lip size. And pay attention to number 5, which is the eye pupils. Are the eye pupils focused or defocused? Is the pupil dilated, getting bigger, or undilated? So pay attention. And Jesse, you're going to act like no one's watching. You're just doing your own thing. You're relaxed. You're having fun with it. Pretending is it real, and so forth. Okay, so I'm going to whisper something to you. Do you guys notice a shift? Who notices shift? All right, okay, so here's the second question. Clear screen? Yeah, so face forward. Yeah, just facing here. Okay, okay. Clear screen, right? Wow, gee whiz. Wow, you went white. You became like a ghost. What just happened there? Okay, clear screen. Good. By show of hands, who noticed a big shift in him? Big shift. What are you doing? You're calibrating, right? Let me go here so you guys can see me. You're calibrating picture 1 versus picture 2, and you're noticing a big shift. So I'm going to tell you a secret. So the first question was, can you think of someone you really, really like? Clear screen, right? And the second question was, can you think of someone or something that you really, really dislike? So what is NLP teaching us? NLP teaches us, write this down, that communication is redundant, meaning that someone doesn't actually have to tell you anything. Their body language tells you everything. Their facial gestures tell you everything. That's why communication is redundant. They don't actually have to tell you, I like this or I don't like this. They're literally showing you what they like or what they don't like, literally through their physiology. So we're going to use that method of our ability, our sensory acuity, our ability to notice the subtle shifts. We're going to now guess which one he's going to think of next. Don't think of anything just yet. He's going to choose one, which is someone he really, really likes. And he's going to think about that and see that in his mind. Or he's going to choose the second one. We don't know which one he's going to choose. He's going to think of someone he really, really dislikes. He's not going to tell us which one. And we are going to use what? We're going to use our sensory acuity, having just seen, using calibration, comparing picture 1. Who remembers picture 1 when he was thinking of someone he really likes? So you had that picture, and who remembers picture 2, how he looked when he thought of the person he really disliked? So you're going to contrast or calibrate between picture 1 and picture 2, and then you're going to come up with your best estimate when he doesn't tell us who he's thinking about, which one he's thinking about, and let's do that right now. So in a moment, Natasha, you're going to think of one of them, the person you really, really like, or the person you really, really dislike, and go ahead and do that now. We're going to guess which one it is. Go. And you want to be in the camera. You look like you're about to kill someone.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow. Do you guys see? So I want you to open it up for comments. Unmute yourselves one by one. And I want you to, now this is what I want to do. I don't want just arbitrary. I know you all can share stuff outside of NLP that you notice. I actually want us to stick to the 5 things, at least at first. Stick to the 5 things: skin color, skin tonus, breathing, the lower lip, and the eyes. The lower lip size and the eyes, dilated, undilated. Stick to those 5 things, and I'd like for you to share with me, what did you notice was the difference in the first one and the second one? By the way, which one was he just thinking about?
Somebody he doesn't like.
Somebody doesn't like.
He
So
really, really doesn't like, because that was like, if he
Yeah.
gave me that face when I walked in a room, I'd be like, whoa.
now look at him now.
Yeah.
He cleared the screen. Yeah. He's no longer thinking about that, and that's what his natural state is. And look, do you see the color?
Yeah.
Let's come back in. So Eleanor, take it away. Of the 5 things, what did you notice?
I noticed a change in the skin tone.
Yeah.
Really, it just looked like chiseled. Like you look so much more relaxed right now. Like your jawline just looked like, whoa. And your eyes, there was tension in your eyes as well. You know, that squint you give when you're laser focused, you know? So I couldn't see the pupils. It's hard to see on the screen. And so muscles tight. And I almost thought you stopped breathing when you were about somebody you didn't like.
He's like, yeah, I stopped breathing.
Yeah. So I thought, yeah. And again, if I walked in the room and I saw that, I would slowly back out.
Go to back out. Okay, perfect. All right, who's next? Who else wants to share something, maybe not exactly the same thing that Eleanor said, but anything else that Eleanor did not say that you noticed? Anybody?
Yeah, the only other thing that I noticed was that when you were thinking about someone that you dislike, you weren't moving. You were just kind of like stuck. And when
Still and stiff.
When you were happy or like thinking the opposite, you were more like water.
Yeah. Rigid versus loose. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Anybody else?
I noticed like he
I noticed
deep breath when he at first, and then also he was like super focused.
Absolutely. So actually, Gabriella, you would probably be saying that if you could see his eyes closely, you would imagine his eyes were very focused.
Yes.
And then the other one, his eyes might have been more glazed and more defocused.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, awesome. Anything else? Any other observation? Anybody else want to share? I heard someone else's voice speaking. Was that Camille or was that someone else? Okay, Camille.
Yeah, no, it was the same as Gabriella's impression. Was it like the muscles around his eyes like really tightened up and narrowed?
Exactly. Perfect. So what you're doing is you're pretty much getting a snapshot of each one. And I think that's it. Let's give Jesse a round of applause. He's going to come back up in a little bit. We're going to get into anchoring next. Let's give Jesse a round of applause. Yes. All right, Jesse, you'll be right back. So let me zoom back the camera back out. Give me a second so we can get the full screen. Okay, I'm going to adjust the camera just one more time. Hold on. Okay, cool. All right. All right, so write this down. You want to be the best negotiator. How important is this skill set you just learned today in the art of negotiation? Right? Extremely important, correct? Who would agree? Being able to see where the person is. So you're taking a snapshot of two different pictures and you're calibrating to notice the difference. And based on that, you want to use this skill set in negotiating. Best negotiators in the world are able to notice the subtle, minute changes that happens in the person's physiology. So I want you to think of an example. Who wants to learn how you might use this in the context of sales or influence? So here it is. I want you to imagine that you have a product or a service you're selling to someone, and you want to know, how do you know when you've hit the sweet spot? How do you know when you've got that perfect compromise and what you want and what they want, such that they're ready to take action? Instead of perhaps lowering your fee or lowering because you think that you need to go lower, but not realizing that they are already willing to buy, but they're perhaps not trying to tell you. They're trying to conceal their excitement because they want to drive your price lower, right? So anything like that. What you might do is you might say to them something like this. Negotiation. So I'm going to ask you some questions. Let's call this sensory acuity sales, or I'll call it influence, or even sales. So here's a very powerful tool. Number one, it's really three statements. First one is I'm going to ask you some questions, which may seem a little off the wall, but it'll help me better serve you. So here's the script. I'm going to ask you some questions. That may seem a little off the wall. And I wouldn't say but, I would say and it will help me better serve you. This is called the pre-frame. That is actually a pre-frame. What it does is it makes the person willing to answer those two questions. So here's the two questions you would ask. Step two. Step two is, how do you know when it's time to accept an offer that's been made? Have you ever accepted a good offer? Can you remember a time like that? So that's the script. I'm going to write it out. How do you know when it is time to accept an offer that's been made? And then, have you ever accepted a good offer? Have you ever accepted a good offer? Can you remember a time like that? Can you remember a time like that? So what you're doing is you're calibrating. You're calibrating what their physiology is, what their skin color is, what their skin tonus is, what their breathing is, what their lower lip is, and what their eyes are like when they're getting an offer that they like. So then you're going to contrast that, you're going to calibrate that to the third and last question. The third and last question is, now let me ask you a question. This is also important because I've seen some offers that I wouldn't accept. Have you ever had any of those? So, have you ever had an offer that you wouldn't accept? Can you remember a time, can you remember an offer that you wouldn't accept? So can you remember an offer that you wouldn't accept? So this one is you're using your sensory acuity to calibrate acceptance of an offer, and you're using your sensory acuity to calibrate what a person looks like when they wouldn't accept an offer. And now that you know this one and this one, guess what you can do? I'm going to open it up for you guys. You guys tell me. Now that you know this, how can you use this? How can you use this?
You'll know what they look like when they want to accept it and when they don't want to accept it.
You'll know what they look like when they want to accept it and when they don't want to accept it. Exactly. So obviously you may not use this right before you present your offer. You might want to say this to them earlier that day or another day when you met with them. You don't necessarily want to bring this up on the very day where you now are making your offer. You might want to do this early on in the sales process so you're able to calibrate the difference between how they look when they would accept an offer and how they look when they wouldn't accept an offer. And then later, an hour later or the next day, when you're making your offer, they're going to completely forget that you even asked them these questions. And then that will help you to be able to calibrate whether they're receptive to the offer you've made. And when they show you the same physiology as, you know, when you're making your offer now and they show you the same physiology as they had with another offer that they would have accepted, you now know that you can actually make your offer, and you now know you get to stick to your guns on what that proposal is or what that offer is. So
implement it into your listing agreement. What would an offer look like that you would accept? And then as they describe it, you could see how their face looked. Well, what would it look like if you didn't, you know, kind of thing.
Exactly. And I would do that earlier on.
That's what I said, at the actual listing appointment.
Exactly. You can do that too. Yeah. Okay, so that's it for sensory acuity. Before I get into anchoring, does anybody have any questions on anything regarding sensory acuity? What questions you have? What did you learn? What would you like me to know or us to know on anything to do with sensory acuity as we're now going to go into anchoring? Anybody? Eleanor?
You mentioned the arms crossed thing, that if we come in with preconceived ideas that we can make a mistake in that way. Is there something that is kind of counterintuitive that if we saw it, it might be confusing? Maybe not, but I'm just trying to think of like
arms crossed is a great example. Blood coming in through the face can be embarrassment, happiness, or it could be anger.
Okay. That's what I was, yeah.
Yeah, someone's face can get darker when they get embarrassed. Someone's face can get darker when they're really happy or they're attracted to someone. Someone's face could get darker when they get really angry. So that would be one. As far as skin tonus, I can't think of anything off the top of my head. As far as breathing, someone's face, someone can breathe faster when they're excited and they're happy. Someone can breathe faster when they're stressed and they have fear. Okay. So you can't just pre-assign meanings based on one factor. You've got to look at all of them. The lower lip size, I think lower lip size is engagement and gorgeous, and withdrawal or tightness. I know, like my mom, you know, her lower lip changes quite a bit when she's, you know, really wanting to say something. It just gets very tight in there. So that's usually tightness. And then as far as the eyes focus, you know, fear could be very focused.
Right.
Right. Relaxation is probably more defocused. Dilated, undilated. So yeah, yeah, I would say probably the color of the skin is probably one of the biggest ones that could be interpreted in one of two ways. Anybody else? Okay, let's jump into anchoring. And anchoring is a larger module. We're going to just do the first part of it today, and we'll do the other part of it next week. So we're just going to start with the first part of anchoring. Actually, I'm going to get a new slide. Got a new easel up on here. Quite a few things I'm going to write down. Okay, anchoring. I'm going to write that anchoring down again. Okay, so anchoring. Why is it so important that we want to learn anchoring? Well, for one, who would like to be in control of their state? Who'd like to be able to not only control your state, but to be able to control maybe other people's state if their state is kind of going south, to be able to be a state inducer? Who wants to be in charge? Who wants to be empowered? Who wants to be resourceful? Who wants to be positive? Who wants to be ambitious? Who wants to be in the zone where you walk in a room, you're like on top of it, like the basketball player playing or the football player, the quarterback wants to be in the zone, wants to be in the pocket, wants everything to literally be moving in slow motion. They want to be in such an empowered state that they are cool, calm, and collected, and they're just throwing the touchdown. So I want you to map that across your business and life. Who'd like to throw the touchdowns and go get close the deals? Who like to, when you get on stage, to walk up and just be so grounded and so with it that you exude that confidence, that certainty, that poise, that elegance, right? That's what it's about, right? You know, the mindset of a Michael Jordan, to walk on a court like you own the court, you own the stage, you own the script. You are the script writer of your life. So that's what really anchoring does. is it puts you in an extremely empowered state, and you can wield that power on demand. So who can remember a time when you were not in a good state, right? You got some bad news, or you know, stuff's happening around you, family stuff, and you get triggered, and you're not your best, or you lose your motivation, or you lose your spark. Who can remember a time like that? Or when you woke up in the morning and you had a crick in your neck, or you stubbed your toe, or your nail broke, or something, or you had a car accident, and all of a sudden just the day seems to spiral out of control, and it doesn't feel good, and you like a tool to get yourself right back in the zone, empowered. And that's really what, you know, why you want to learn anchoring. Later, I'll share with you a story with my good friend, Mayor Paul Leone, who I met, who I did anchoring with him, and it totally changed his life. But we're going to get to that later, because there is a certain process we'll get to, which is chaining anchors, which has to do with getting rid of procrastination. Who knows someone that has a procrastination problem? So it helps you to get rid of procrastination neurologically, and helps you to become motivated and live in motivation. So you don't need to motivate yourself. You don't need to will yourself out of bed. You don't need to talk yourself into doing something. You literally, once you neurologically get rid of procrastination with chaining anchors, you wake up in the morning and you're just motivated for no reason. You just are, and you live in that state. So that's a process that you'll be learning soon with anchoring as well. So what we want to do with anchoring is we want to realize that it's an incredibly important process that we all get to learn, and it uses hand and eye coordination. So you definitely want to be using your eyes to see clearly as you're doing anchoring, and you want to use your hands to do anchoring, and I'll be showing you what that looks like in a moment. So it's really, you write this down, precision anchoring is eye and hand coordination. Precision anchoring is eye and hand coordination. You can remember a time when you were in a state that you didn't like, and you wanted to get out of that state. You wanted to get in a good state, in a motivated state, in a pumped up state. You want to be able to instantly control your state. This is the reason why you want to learn it. You not only want to do this for yourself, but maybe if you have a child who's taking a test who has fear, or your husband or spouse. Actually, we just came back from Tulum, and Tulum, Mexico. We went on a 7-day trip with Veronica and about 14 of us, Veronica and her son and family members and so forth. And we were going into the cenotes, which is these underground caves. So basically, apparently at some point, the big meteor that we all have heard about from somewhere when you were in school or taking classes in high school or something, or middle school or lower school, they talk about how the dinosaurs were wiped out. And the theory is that a meteor came, a very large meteor came and hit the earth in Mexico. And when it hit the earth, it shattered the surface of the earth and created these holes in these pockets. So Tulum is right near the ocean, and they also have rivers on land. So when they shattered the earth and disrupted the ground, and these pockets and these holes were left in the ground, obviously water came in and filled those holes up. So there's literally underground caves that are filled with water, some all the way probably to the top where there's no air to breathe, and some where they're filled up to a certain point, and then there's air. So you can actually go in those and swim. And I don't know if you've been in caves before, but I forget the names of it, the stalagmites and whatever those things are that come for the ceiling. And they said for just an inch or two of those stalagmites, I think they're called. Don't quote me on the exact name. It takes 100 years for those, 100 years just for each inch, and some of them are this long. So they've been developing for thousands of years, which is really, really, really quite incredible. Why I'm mentioning this is, out of the 14 people, there was a person who was claustrophobic. And as we all got in the water, we're like, hey, we're all going to do this together. We're going to swim in this underground cave. Between the water and the ceiling was about this high. In certain places, it was a foot high. So can you imagine, and I can relate, because when I first got there and I went right up to the cave, I was feeling myself a little bit of claustrophobia. I was thinking, how long is this thing? Because if I'm going to be literally the ceiling here and water here, and I have only this area to live in, to breathe, and I'm going to be in this not for a minute, but I'm going to be in this for 20 minutes to get out on the other end, I started to feel myself like, oh my gosh, I don't know. So I calmed down. I'm like, I got this. And I noticed another couple, the gentleman was having a hard time. So what I went up to him, I actually did a process of anchoring where I was able to get him into a controlled state, and he actually did the whole thing, and he was so happy. It was really, really incredible. Now, anchoring is more technical than just, there's more ways of anchoring than just through the physical touch. You can anchor someone through sound, through touch, through visual anchoring. So there's different forms, right? Today, we're going to focus on the kinesthetic anchoring, which is the touch anchoring, but there's other ways. And you can actually anchor yourself. I'm going to be teaching you today a process on how you can actually anchor yourself to become in a resourceful state, and you can have that for the rest of your life. I look at it like this. I look at it like Superman, where you in your normal state, and that moment you want to be Superman or Superwoman or Wonder Woman, you literally flip that switch, that resource anchor, you fire that resource anchor off, which I'm going to share with you how to do, and all of a sudden you become that superhero. You're invincible. You can be anything you want to be. You can do anything you want to do. You can have anything you want to have. So that's what we're going to get to today. But first, we've got to learn what's basic anchoring so that we can learn how to do resource anchoring. So it's about state control, and it's also about getting more choices. Would you agree that when someone's in a stuck state, they don't feel like they have many options, right? They don't feel like they have many choices. They feel stuck. So what you're doing with anchoring is you're giving them more choices. And with those more choices, those more options, they feel more empowered and more resourceful. So you're showing them more choices, you're showing them more possibilities, and that is empowering them. So if you ever got up in the morning, you're in a bad mood, and you stubbed your toe, like I mentioned before, and everything that seemed to happen in the morning, you know, then someone almost hit you on the freeway or on the road, and you just start getting worse and worse. State is very, it's very sort of conducive to patterns. When you go in a negative pattern, you just keep going more into that pattern, things get worse and worse. And if you're able to flip that state, you're able to control that state, you can flip the script and be an empowered state. So this is about state control. Now, precision anchoring. Definition. Precision anchoring. Here's a definition. We're going to go green with this. Why not? When a person is, I'm going to read it out to you, I'm going to write it up. When a person is in an intense associated state, if we apply a certain stimulus in a certain way, that stimulus itself gets linked with the state, and that can be replicated later and used on demand. Anytime a person is in an associated intense state, if at a peak at that experience, a specific stimulus is applied, then the two will be linked neurologically. I'll actually give you that definition. Anytime a person is in an associated intense state,
Kaya, by associated, you mean something that it's known? Like a known state?
Very good question, Catalina, very good question. Associated means you're in your body, you're in the experience, and you're looking through your own eyes. Associated means you're in your body, you're in the experience, and you're looking through your own eyes. So right now you're associated as you're watching this training. Now, what's dissociated? Dissociated is, and again, if you're seeing this going, well, I never knew what associated and dissociated was. We actually have another training that goes into that. But that's good. That's good that you asked that, Carolina, because some of you don't know what that is just yet. So dissociated is when you're not in your body looking through your own eyes, you're actually in second position. Second position is, I'm gonna do it this way. So first position is you're in your body, you're fully associated, you're in your body, you're looking through your own eyes, just like I'm looking on my hand. I can see my hand. I'm looking at the pen. We'll go like this. I'm looking at the pen. I can see permanent true red brand pen. I'm fully associated. Now, what's dissociated? Dissociated is when I step out of me and I actually see someone remarkably like me standing right here. So I want you to imagine I see the back of Kaya's head here, and Kaya right here is watching the pen. So right now I'm dissociated. How do I know I'm dissociated? Because I see my body in the picture. The definition of dissociated is I'm outside my body and I'm seeing my body in the picture. I see my head, I see my shoulders, I see my torso, I see Kaya in front of me, boom. So it would be like, Catalina, it would be like, I want you to imagine, you know, you're an actress. So you won the Oscar. So when you go to accept your Academy Award, Best Actor, Actrice, and you grab your Oscar, right? You grab your Oscar and you're in front of the audience and you're saying, hey, you know, and I just want to thank the producers and the directors and my co-stars, and you're crying, you're fully associated, right? But I want you to imagine you're watching a video of yourself. You're now back home and you're on the news, right? E-television with one of our friends, what's his name? What's his name? Marty, what's his name? ETV, what's his name? ETV, the guy that's friends with us in Johnstown, what's his name again?
Mario Lopez.
Mario Lopez. So you're seeing video of yourself on Entertainment Tonight, Mario Lopez interviewing you on the red carpet. You see Mario Lopez here, you see Hugh here, and you're after the show and you're doing the interview, so you're watching yourself on the video. Or I want you to imagine you're sitting inside the audience at the Oscars, you're visualizing yourself on stage, you're seeing your body in the picture on stage with the award, giving your speech. That's dissociated. How do you know you're dissociated? Here's the definition. You see your body in that picture. When you're associated, you don't see your body in the picture. You're just in your body, you're looking at the pen. But when you're dissociated, you're out of your body, you see your person, you see yourself here watching the pen. So good question, Catalina. And I will bring this all together. So anytime a person is in an associated, very good. You want to be in an associated state, an intense state, associated and intense, that's a comma, intense state. If at the peak of that experience, comma, you want to write this down, you guys, definitely want to write this definition down. If at the peak of that experience, if at the peak of that experience, a specific stimulus is applied, a specific stimulus is applied, comma, then the two will be linked neurologically. Then the two will be linked neurologically. So this is just a technical explanation of what anchoring is, or precision anchoring. Anytime a person is in an associated, which means they're in their body looking through an eyes, intense state, meaning they're not in a bored, apathetic state, but they're in an intense state, feeling the emotions. If at that peak of that experience, a specific stimulus is applied, which by the way, hint, hint, an anchor, we're literally going to be getting you into a state. And when you're in that state, we're going to be applying an anchor, which is a touch, in this case, a kinesthetic anchor, right as we're moving into the peak. The two become linked neurologically, meaning that state and this kinesthetic anchor get neurologically linked. Why is this so important? Because at any time you want that same emotion, that same state, that feeling of invincible, that feeling of I'm Superman, I'm Superwoman, I'm confident, I'm powerful. Once those two are linked between that state of being Superman or Superwoman or Wonder Woman and that physical anchor, once those two are linked, at any time you can touch that physical anchor and you can bring out that state instantly, just like that. That's what anchor does. It gives you a power button on your body that you can use almost like flipping a switch. It's almost like walking in a room and you turn on the light. The moment you turn on the light, there's brightness. You're energized, you're pumped up, you're ready to just go in there and make it happen, right? So that's what we're going to be using this to get rid of procrastination, to get you motivated. We're going to use this to have you being a master of your state. And one of the people that we've all heard of, very successful, very great man, one of the best things that ever happened to NLP, Tony Robbins, is all about state. His whole, his whole curriculum, his whole thing is about state control, state. He talks about it from the beginning pretty much to the end. And so, and he uses a lot of music, like going to his seminars, it's almost like a rock concert or like a concert. What are they doing? They're using music, the jumping, the excitement to get you into that state. So it's a lot of state induction, state work that's being done now. Now, because he doesn't teach traditional pure precision NLP, he has a mix of different things. You can't really learn anchoring and how to do it through his curriculum. He will have to send you to an NLP trainer so you can learn actually how to do that. That's what we are. We're an accredited institute of NLP that teaches you actually how to do this. So when the music's not there, when the rock concert's not there, you're able to do this on your own. We're teaching you how to do this on your own without any accessories that you may want or have or need. So that's the definition of anchoring. So a little history on this. Write this name down, Bill Twittmeyer. Bill Twittmeyer, back in 1902, wrote a paper called The Knee Jerk Reflex. It was published in the Journal of the Medical Association, Bill Twittmeyer. And what he talked about in the knee jerk reflex is that if you tapped a patient on the knee, so I want you to imagine, that's the knee right here, right? So this is the leg, that's the knee, this is the shin, this is the foot. Let's just go like that, right? Let me go, what would be the best way for me to, I just keep it like this. Let's say that's the knee, that's the thigh, that's the leg, that's the foot, that's the knee. He found that if you tap the person on the knee, their knee would jerk. Then if you tap the person on the knee again, their knee would jerk. That's called the knee jerk reflex. He also noticed that if you tap them on the knee would jerk. You tap them on the knee would jerk. And that if you told the person that you're going to tap them on the knee the third time, and you didn't actually tap them on the knee, but you just told them, I'm going to tap you on the knee a third time, the knee would jerk by itself. Boom! The knee would jerk by itself. So they tap you on the knee jerks. They tap you on the knee jerks. They tell you they're going to tap on the knee again, but they haven't done it. They say, we're going to do it right now, and the knee jerks on its own. That's when all of this began to happen. And of course, they were using some kind of rubber little rubber, soft rubber hammer device, nothing that would harm the knee. So what happened is they noticed that there was a connection between the first two instances and the thought of a third instance coming up, and then the same reaction would happen. Now, this was actually picked up next by Ivan Pavlov. So Ivan Pavlov, a young dude, researcher, Russian gentleman, picked this up in 1904. So 1902 with Bill Tweckmeyer, 1904 with Ivan Pavlov. And he published his work, his first works actually, in a document called The Conditioned Reflexes. So what Pavlov did is began to work with dogs, and you've all heard about this, right? About the dogs. What he would do, he was to have some dogs there, and he would show the dogs a steak. And of course, what do the dogs do? They smell the steak. And of course, the dogs would start to drool, right? So they could smell the steak with their acute sense of smell that even humans don't even come close to having, right? So he would show them the steak, they would smell the steak, and then he would hit a bell with a tuning fork, right? Kind of like a little hitting device that would hit the bell with a tuning fork, and it would ring the bell, right? So then they would do it again. They would show the dog the next day, they would show the dog the steak, the dog would smell the steak, they would start drooling again. So 2 days in a row, the dog starts drooling. And as that's happening, they would hit the bell with a tuning fork again. So that is an auditory anchor. That's an auditory anchor. One could say that's also a olfactory, right? So visual, right? I see. Auditory, I hear. Kinesthetic, I feel. Olfactory, I smell. And gustatory, I taste. Even the fact that they're smelling it again and again, that is also a olfactory anchor because they're smelling the steak. So what he did is he would hit the tuning fork on the bell and they would hear the bell. So what happened is the visual sight of the steak along with the smell of the steak got neurologically anchored with the sound of the bell. So then what they found the next day is the dogs came out. They didn't bring them any steaks, so there wasn't a visual sight of steaks. There wasn't smell of steaks because there were no steaks. They just hit the bell with a tuning fork. That bell went off, and who would like to take a guess what happened to the dogs?
They started salivating.
They started salivating. So what actually happened is there is a neurological link that occurred between the sight and the smell of the steak and the bell, such that you don't even need the steak anymore. You hit the bell and they start drooling. So their nervous system responded to the sound, and that all that rush of kinesthetic and olfactory and gustatory senses came about as if the steak was there. So that's when we've known, since 1904, that we've known that animals can be anchored. Now, NLP is the first technology to point out that people are animals. Yes, we are animals. Yes, we're spiritual beings living in a human body. But this human body is no different than an animal's human body, right? So we are also subject to stimulus and response. So just like you can anchor an animal, you can anchor a human being. Now, behavioral psychology accepts that, has always accepted that we can we are subject to stimulus and response, but behavioral psychology has never developed a method. They know that we can be subject to stimulus and response, but they haven't. Behavioral psychology hasn't developed a method on using that and a purpose for using that. NLP has done just that, and it is extremely powerful. There's a technique called anchoring that we're going to use that's going to absolutely transform and change your life in ways that I cannot even describe it. In and of itself, it's its own tool. So the next thing I want to do is I want to share with you how this works and what this looks like. Let's go with the 4 steps. 4 steps to anchoring. And then I'm going to share with you a bell-shaped curve. What I'd like to do is I'd actually like to draw you the bell-shaped curve first. That will actually make it even better for you to understand how to do the 4 steps. So I want you to draw this out. By the way, this would be, if you've taken our practitioner level NLP training, this would actually be your binder. If you haven't, no big deal. I'm drawing it up here so you have it in both places anyway. So this is on this axis. We have intensity. Intensity, and then on this axis, we have time. Intensity and time. So we're now going to see at some point, right, at some point an actual state comes in. So for instance, let's say, can you remember a time when you were truly happy? We did that a little earlier. Or can you remember a time when you were totally afraid? That state, that emotional state comes in. Or can you remember someone that you really, really like? That state of remembering them, what you feel like, what you're seeing, what you're hearing, what you're feeling. Or can you think of someone you really, really dislike? That state comes in. So at some point, this state comes in. It comes up, and then eventually it kind of hits a peak. You know, it hits a peak, it goes all the way up, it becomes more and more and more intense, it hits a peak, then it begins to subside. And then, you know, it kind of plateaus a little bit and then it subsides. And then it comes back down. So we call this a bell-shaped curve. Bell-shaped curve, right? You hear a lot of talk about bell-shaped curve when it comes to the pandemic, right? And they keep talking to you about, hey, flatten the curve, flatten the curve. So this is where it's just beginning. It comes in, it builds, it gets higher, higher, higher. It hits a peak, then it starts to subside, then it comes down, and then it goes away. And then potentially one could say, once this goes away, you go into another state, and there'll be another state that comes in next. So when you're doing anchoring, what you're doing is you're applying the first anchor right when this becomes visible. So I want to say this. There are erroneous NLP trainings out there, maybe books, trainings delivered by people that are not properly trained in precision anchoring. Again, there are people that don't know what they're doing and they're applying the anchor at the peak. They're applying an anchor at the peak. And I'm going to get to that now and I'll go over it again. You don't want to start an anchor at the peak. Because think about it, if you're waiting for someone to peak and then you're applying the anchor at the peak and that's where you first start the anchor, what happens next? I mean, look at it. What happens to the bell-shaped curve next? So if this is happiness and they're at the peak of the happiness and you apply the anchor there and you hold on to the anchor from anywhere from 5 to 15 seconds, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 15 seconds, you're actually anchoring the downslope of happiness or the downslope of confidence to a point where you're anchoring something that's pretty much no longer there. And for all we know, they could even go into a negative state. You never know what's coming next. So you might be anchoring not only the downslope, you might be anchoring stuff that you don't want, that's disempowering. So what we do in our academy, this is called precision anchoring, is you always anchor, you apply the first anchor when the state becomes first visible. So before this comes in, they're neutral, just like with Jesse. When Jesse was just there, he wasn't answering any question. He didn't know what was coming next. He was just neutral. So there's really no state other than just relaxed state. Then we asked him a question, and then he thought of it, and then he started to smile, and he got into that state of the person he really, really liked, and he smiled, right? So once it becomes visible, once it becomes first visible, what are we using? We're using sensory acuity. Remember, going back to this is really, really important. You're using your sensory acuity, which is you're paying attention to the skin color. Is it getting darker or lighter? You're paying attention to the skin tonus. Is it symmetrical or asymmetrical? You're paying attention to the breathing. Is it high up? Is it medium? Is it low down? Is it fast or it's slow? Right? You're also using your sensory acuity and paying attention to the lower lip size. Is it engorged or shriveled? And the eyes, the pupils, are they focused, defocused? Are they dilated or undilated? So you're using your sensory acuity, paying attention to those 5 things. And what you're doing is as soon as you see that they're going into that state, what you're going to do is you're going to apply the anchor, which is going to be a touch on, in this case, we're going to be doing the knuckles. So when you do it as soon as it becomes visible. So let's just say it's not visible here, right? Because how would you see it? Like, they're neutral, you don't know it. And even when they're starting, you can't really tell because it's so subtle. But let's say about, right here, you start to notice something. You start to notice the blood coming through their face. You start to notice their skin tonus. You start to notice their breathing increases or their lower lip changes, or their eyes become more focused. So whatever point it is, I'm going to use this as an example. Whatever that point is, when it first becomes visible, that's when you want to first apply the anchor, which we'll get to in a moment. It's going to be a touch on a knuckle as an example, right? So now that you know when to start touching their knuckle, which is when it becomes first visible, the next question is, when do you take the finger off? So you want to take the finger off, and here it is. As they get to the peak, how do you know that it's not going to go higher? How do you know that when this is coming up here, that it's not going to go up higher? The only way you know that they've hit the peak and they're not going higher is the moment they start to come off the peak. So write this down, it's critically important. The moment they start to come off the peak, that's when you know you hit the peak. You can't, this could have been the peak. How do you know this wasn't the peak? Because they kept going higher. That could have been the peak. How do you know that wasn't the peak? Because they went still higher. That could have been the peak. How do you know that wasn't the peak? Because they went higher. This could have been the peak. How do you know that? You wouldn't know. They could have gone higher. But the moment it looks like it's trying to come down, that tells you that whenever it starts to come down, that tells you that what was just before that was the peak. So let's say this is the moment where it starts to come down. You see it starts coming down. So what you want to do is you want to take the finger off. The moment you notice the peak starts to subside and they start to come down off that state, using your what? Sensory acuity, that's when you want to take your finger off. So let's say this is the peak right here. Let's say they start coming down right here. That's right when you start to notice they're coming off the peak. See that? No, you're applying the first anchor on the, you're applying the anchor on the knuckle when the state becomes visible, and then they're climbing, and right when you notice it starts to subside and come off, you take your finger off right away there. Now you may go, well, how long would this process be from the moment that you place the finger on their knuckle, which is placing the anchor, to the moment you take your finger off? This can be anywhere from up to 5 to 15 seconds. This is going to be anywhere from up to 5 to 15 seconds. Anywhere up to 5 to 15 seconds. I'm going to show you this in a moment when we get Jesse up. We're going to do this. Anywhere from up to 5 to 15 seconds. So this is essentially the anchor. That's the anchor. That's the anchor. Intensity over time, you see it visible, you apply the anchor, and then you hold it till they come to the peak. They're about now coming off the peak, you let it go, and this period can be anywhere from 5 to 15 seconds. This is important to know. You do not want to hold your anchor on their knuckle or wherever you're placing the anchor. It could be on their ear, on the nose, on the chest, like wherever place you choose. You don't want to hold your finger down on the anchor for less than 5 seconds. That is not sufficient time to really get a solid anchor. You want to be minimum 5 seconds, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. If they're coming off the peak immediately and they're coming down, and if you've got at least 5 seconds, then you can actually let go. But if they're riding up, if their intensity, their breathing, the state keeps increasing, and you're beyond 5 seconds, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, 10,000, 11,000, 12,000, maybe they're there riding all the way to 13,000 and then they start coming off, or 14,000, they start coming off, or 15,000, they start coming off. Once you get to 15 seconds, no matter what, you're letting go. So you're not holding it down for longer than 15 seconds, and you're not holding it down for shorter than 5 seconds. Anywhere from up to 5 to 15 seconds. Okay? So that's that on that. Now we're going to go into the 4 steps. So this is a concept that you can understand about, this isn't really how to do it. This is to understand what really the anchor is, and what the cycle is, and what an anchor is, and the amount of time. So this is theory. And now we're going to get into some skill sets on how to do this. So there's 4 steps to anchoring, and there's a script, and there's 5 keys to anchoring. We'll get to both of those right now. So let's go into the script. Four steps to anchoring. Number 1, have the person recall a past vivid experience. Recall a past vivid experience. And you're going to do that by just simply asking him, hey, remember a time, a real memory. They're going to do that. They're going to experience a specific memory or a specific state in the past that's vivid. Number 2, you're going to anchor. You're going to anchor or provide a specific stimulus, or provide a specific stimulus. You're going to anchor or provide a specific stimulus as soon as the state becomes visible. So as soon as the state becomes visible. Then number 3, you're going to change the person's state. I'll do that as a different color. I'll go back to this one. You're going to change the person's state. Which is kind of like clearing the screen. It's getting them out of that state. And then number 4, you're going to evoke the state to set off the anchor. You're going to evoke the state, set off the anchor. So step 1, you're going to have them recall a past vivid experience. Step 2, we go to the side here. Step 1, you're going to have them recall a past vivid experience. We're going to give you the script in a moment. Step 2, you're going to anchor or provide a specific stimulus, which is going to be like a kinesthetic anchor. As soon as the state becomes visible, remember here, as soon as it becomes visible, as soon as the blood starts coming in, you start seeing a shift in the color of the face, or as soon as the skin tonus or the breathing changes or the lower lip changes or the eyes become focused or dilated or undilated, as soon as it becomes visible, you're going to apply the anchor, right? You're going to apply the anchor, which is the specific stimulus, as soon as its state becomes visible. Once you've done that, you've anchored that state with that specific stimulus. And you're holding it for anywhere from up to 5 to 15 seconds. Remember that. Up to 5 to 15 seconds. Then you're letting go right when they're coming off the peak. Then what you want to do, you want to make sure and verify that it worked. So what do? Is step 3, you change the person's state. You might ask them, hey, what'd you have for breakfast this morning? You change the subject. You get them out of that past vivid experience and get them thinking about anything else. You just change their state with a question like, what'd you eat for breakfast? Or what's a movie you saw that you liked or didn't like or whatever. And then without getting them to remember a past vivid experience, you don't recall that memory again, you're going to take your finger and you're going to fire off. You're going to fire off, which is evoke. You're going to evoke that state. You're going to evoke that state, setting off the anchor. And what you would see is that emotions that they had with that past vivid memory is going to come back. They're going to go right back into that state. So in essence, I can say, can you remember a time when you're really, really, really motivated? When you were on a fire, you could do anything, be anything. You were like water. You could go over, under, around, through, improvise, adapt, or overcome. You were unstoppable, right? So then you would think of that memory, right? I can think of it right now. You're going to apply the anchor right when it becomes visible. As that state's coming in, right when it becomes visible, you're going to hold it for up to 5 to 15 seconds, riding that wave as it goes higher and higher, more and more intense. And then when you notice it starts to come off the peak, you're going to let go. Then you're going to change the person's state by saying, hey, what time did you wake up this morning? What did you have for breakfast? Just change the subject. So now they're going to get out of that memory. And then to test that the anchor was solid and effectual, you're going to evoke the state again by setting off that anchor. You're not going to say anything. You're not going to get them to remember the event again. You don't need to lead them. Just like with Ivan Pavlov, they didn't need to show them the steak. They didn't need to make the smell of the steak. They literally just hit that bell and the dogs responded as if they were seeing and smelling the steak. You're just going to hit that anchor, fire off that anchor, and these memories are going to come up for that person, just like the dogs started smelling the steak and they drooled. So if this is a time when you were unstoppable, on fire, you will be able to fire that off right as you're getting out of the elevator, walking into the biggest meeting of your life, you'll be able to fire that off and instantly feel those juices, feel that fire, feel that courage, that passion, that being in the zone. And that's what this is. This is huge for sports too, as you can imagine. People are taking the last shot, like firing that off. What was it like when I threw that ball in at the last game? We scored a touchdown and won the game, and now I've got a big play coming up. I can fire off that memory and bring that confidence back, bring that poise, bring that, you know, Tony Robbins talks about, who's that UFC guy? What's his name? The Irishman. Conor McGregor. You know how Conor McGregor, he's had some great championships. He's won many things, and he got his ass whooped a couple of times, and he lost that confidence. You know, he lost that, you know, looseness. He became very stiff, very telegraphed in the way he was fighting. His shoulders were forward and stressed. And then Tony was able to help him see that, hey, you got to open yourself up. You know, what is it like when you're running the show? And so use anchoring. And I'm teaching you the same thing, anchoring, where you get to just fire that off and you walk into the ring and you're like, I can do this. So those are the 4 steps to anchoring. Now, as you're doing anchoring, there's 5 keys. We'll go over them really quickly. 5 keys, things to be aware of to make sure that it's really, really solid. So again, you're applying the anchor when it first becomes visible, and then you're letting go here. But there's 5 keys to doing this really effectively. These are the 4 steps on how to do it, but there's 5 keys to ensure that you do it well. So that's what's coming up next. And then as soon as I'm done with the 5 keys, we'll get Jesse up and we'll show you how this is done. So now it's the 5 keys. Five keys to anchoring. Number 1 is, write this down, intensity. Right? Remember the definition? Anytime a person is in an associated intense state. So why would you want to anchor a state that's not intense? It's not going to do anything for them, right? State is power. So you want to use an intense state because you have more power, you have more oomph. So an intense state. So one of the keys to anchoring is intensity. The more intense the state is, the better it will be anchored. So the more intense, more intensity. The more intense a state is, the better it will be anchored. It has to be a truly intense state. That's number 1. Number 2. Okay, like, can you remember a time you were motivated? Yeah, I can remember a time I was motivated. That's not very intense. Can you remember a time when you were you were just unstoppable? You were just like beast mode. Yeah, I can remember. I was just like, yeah. That's intense. So you want to go intensity. Number 2. Number 2 is timing. Just before I get to number 2, before I get to timing, intensity, I want to make sure that some people don't get intensity very easily. So just be aware of that. Some people struggle with getting memories of intensity that's intense. So you want to make sure, is the person that you're about to do the anchoring on, are they in an intense state? So you may want to say, can you remember a time when you were really, really motivated? Remember, you're not just an influencer when you're doing this. You're not just a salesperson, you're a state inducer. So if you want to induce the state of intensity in the person that you're doing the anchoring on, or vice versa, if someone's doing anchoring on you, and they're talking to you like this, well, Jack, can you remember when you were motivated? Well, they're not intense. That's going to bring you down. So you want whoever's doing the anchoring, you want them to bring about the intensity in themselves so that when they communicate to you, you're feeling the intensity and that makes you feel intense. So you don't want to go, oh yeah, I'm motivated. You want to go, oh, I'm motivated. So again, I wanted to just cover that one more time because some people, you will go into the process and you will ask them a question and you'll think you're doing it right. But because you're not necessarily paying attention, are they really accessing that intense state or not? Use your sensory acuity. Back to this. Back to this. This is how you know. Is the blood coming in? Are they getting the skin tonus? Does the breathing really become more intense? Has the lower lip changed? Has the eyes become focused? So you want to make sure they're really in that intense state. So now number 2. Apologize, I'm going back to number 2. I just wanted to finish number 1. Number 2 is pretty simple. The timing is very important. That's the second key to anchoring. Timing is extremely important. You know that's true because you look at this. You've got to start when it starts to become visible. You can't anchor their first touch, the anchor, right when they get the peak. You're too late. If you start anchoring here and you hold it for 5 to 15 seconds, you're now getting the downside, which is non-intense. And for all you know, you could be anchoring something else. Like I asked someone once, can you remember a time when you were really loved? And they got to that moment they're loved, and guess what happened next? And then a few seconds later, started crying because then they remembered the loss of that love, right? So you don't know what's coming next. So you don't want to anchor something that's the downside of it, or you don't want to anchor something that's a negative emotion like crying that happens later. You want to make sure that timing is critical. You want to make sure you do this. I'm going to write this down. When it becomes visible. Visible. As soon as it becomes visible that they're going to the state, that's when you apply it for up to 5 to 50 seconds. As soon as they seem like they're coming off the downslope, you're going to let go. So that is the intensity. Sorry, that's the timing. Now, number 3. Number 3 key is the uniqueness. Write that down, uniqueness. Now, what's uniqueness? What uniqueness is you want to make sure that you're placing the anchor in somewhere that is unique, that it's not easily accessible. So for instance, if you're anchoring someone here on the palm of their hand, and they're using this hand to shake people's hands, and they're shaking people's hands, imagine during a time when we don't have a pandemic, right? They're shaking people's hands. Well, guess what? Every time they shake that person's hands, they're firing off the same anchor. And now not knowing what's happening in those conversations, they could be having an argument with someone. They're now diluting their anchor because you made the mistake of anchoring them somewhere that was not unique, somewhere that was generalized to many different forms of touch. You know, you pick up a pan, you know, the moment you pick up that pan, you're picking up like that. Guess what? You're still touching it on the palm of your hand. So you're diluting the anchor. So we don't use this where you've got touch happening constantly. We use the knuckle. It's very hard. It's very unlikely that you are, during the course of your day, going to do this, right? I mean, some people fist pump when they say hi, but that's even rare. So this is unique. It's unusual that it will get fired off during the course of the day. This is very ununique. This will get fired off all the time. You don't want to use an ununique place. You want to use a unique place. So we use the knuckles. So I got the uniqueness. I would say you can use knuckles. I'm going to just write down knuckles. This is where we do a lot of ours. It's not only knuckles. You can anchor here. That's a very specific point. You can anchor your earlobe here. You can anchor the back of your ear. You can anchor your elbow. You can anchor your knuckles. You can anchor actually here, these specific points, or even here. You could anchor the center of your chest. It's kind of harder because, like, where's the specific point? You could have touched it a little too high that second time or too low. You can pick a general area, but we don't really do that much. You could anchor your heart. So this is a bigger area. So we're going to be using very specific point touches today, but there are other areas, like you don't always put your hand here on your chest. That doesn't too often get touched. So that could work too. But again, because it's a big area, it's hard to be specific. All right, so uniqueness, now number 4. Almost there. Number 4 is replicatable. Replication. Replication. Replication of the stimulus. So what do we mean by replication? We want to make sure that wherever you touch, you can touch and replicate it in the exact same place. So you don't want to do the arm, because you could anchor here. Then you could forget. You could come back and anchor like 2 inches lower, or here. Like, it's such a generalized area. Again, how do you replicate that? But if you go here, there's only one place that can be the first knuckle on the head. Notice I'm not on the knuckle, so it's clear I'm not on the knuckle. So that's why this is easily replicatable, because it's only a small area for the first knuckle, right on the knuckle. So replicatable. You want to do that, so you want to stay in one place. Apply, anchor in one place. That's what being replicatable means. And then number 5, the last one, is the number of times. And what is number of times? The number of times that you apply that anchor with that and you link it to that state, the more powerful the anchor will be. The number of times you apply that anchor, the more powerful the anchor will be. All right, so those are the 5 keys. I'm going to show you real quick before I get Jesse up here. Precision anchoring. An easy way to do this is like this. what I do is, let's say if I'm going to apply my anchor to this person. Actually, Jesse, if you could come up real quick. Rockstar, let's give another round of applause to Rockstar Jesse. All right, you don't need to just sit just yet. Okay. And we're almost ready for you to do the process too. So come over to that side here. So you're here. So imagine if you're sitting and imagine if your hand is here, right? Now, if I'm going to be applying an anchor here, what I really need to know is that I need to really not be focusing on just looking here, because I need to be using my sensory acuity. I need to be focusing on his state. So if I'm focusing on his state, and I'm focusing on the blood coming in, the blood, the skin color, the skin tonus, the breathing, the lower lip size, or even the eyes dilation, then if I'm focusing on him, I'm really being present to this. If I'm focusing on him, I'm likely to accidentally push not the first knuckle or the third. I'm very likely to accidentally apply the anchor in the wrong place. So what we do when we do precision anchoring is we're going to be sitting in a moment when we do this, we're going to be sitting. What I do is I put my arm like this on my leg, on my thigh, and then I put my wrist on top of my hand, where my whole arm is literally resting on my leg, so it doesn't move. My leg doesn't move. My wrist is on top of there, and I literally hover my finger right above the first knuckle. If I do that, I'm actually able to look at him and focus solely on using my sensory acuity to read his body language and look at his skin color, skin tonus, his breathing, his lower lip size, and his eyes. I can focus on him, not focus on this. And whenever I want to apply the anchor, I can just drop my finger down. It will hit the right place. And I can still focus on him. And then I don't need to focus on my finger, and I can let go. And if I want to apply another anchor later, I can always just focus on him, ask the right questions, and literally drop it. It's always going to find the same place because this whole thing is stationary. However, if I don't use this, if I just looking at him and I go, so, then I constantly have to look at which knuckle, where do I have to put? So precision anchoring is taking your forearm, putting it on your leg, taking your wrist, hovering up above, getting this so solid like it doesn't even move. And then I use my eyes to focus on him. I'm not focusing on this, focusing on him. And I can just lower it down. I can raise it. We can talk for 2 minutes. I can lower it down. We can raise it. I can talk for another 2 minutes. I can lower it down. I can totally stay focused on him, right? So that's important. I'll bring you back up in a very soon, my brother. And that's called precision anchoring. So you definitely want to do that. Now, a couple things to know. Some people get into state quickly. I think Jesse was pretty quick, right? Some people go into state quickly. Some people go into state very slowly. So for some people, when they come through this right here, when I ask them that question, which I'm going to get to the script in a moment. Can you recall a specific memory? And as soon as you do that, their state may come in instantly, like 1 second, boom, they're in it. Some people may take 10 seconds to think of the memory. So just know, some people go into state quickly, some people go into state slowly. What do you get to do? You get to use your sensory acuity to pay close attention to them, and then you apply the anchor when it becomes what? Visible. So just know, some people go into state quickly, some people go into state slowly. What does that mean to you? It means to you and I, you need to be hyper aware and focus on them, and then be ready for when it does come up, when it does become visible, you can apply the anchor. That's it. Another thing is there's 3 types of second here. You can anchor the person from three different things. From a present state, something they're feeling right now in the moment, which is perhaps the most intense because they're actually there now. We're going to be doing that with another application I'll share with you in the near future. You can anchor them on a past vivid memory, which is also pretty intense. And that's the second most intense. Remember, you want intensity, right? One of the keys to anchoring is intensity. The more intense, the more powerful the anchor will be, the greater the results. So the most compelling is the right there in the moment, when they're feeling something in the moment. The second most compelling is remembering a state, remembering a memory, a past vivid experience where they felt something. And the third, the least intense, is creating, imagining. Let's say someone, because some people, to be honest with you, some people have never ever felt motivated. So if they've never really felt excited or motivated, then they have no choice but to create it, imagine it. And so by creating or imagining it, you can still anchor that. It's just not going to be as intense as something that they're really genuinely feeling right now, or something that they remember feeling a year ago that they can access that memory and fully feel again. So let's write that down. As far as intensity, the number one that you want to anchor is something that's naturally occurring. It's naturally occurring. They're feeling it right now. Naturally occurring, they're feeling it right now. And that's the best. The second best thing to anchor is the past vivid. The second best, I'll write this one in blue, is the past vivid, highly associated states. Highly associated. That's the second best. And by the way, highly associated, that's important, remember, which means the client can go back into their body and actually feel that again, like really feel it, associate in it. They can see what they saw, they can hear what they heard, they can really feel the feelings that they felt. And the last one, the one that's least effective, but still if they can never remember, if they don't feel motivated now, if they never felt motivated in time in their life and you have nothing else to go by, you can use the third one, which is the constructive states. The least preferable is the constructive states. Again, they never felt that, so they're going to be imagining it, and they never really felt it, so it's not going to have the same intensity. But if you have no other choice, you can go with that. Okay. Let's see if there's anything else. Again, remember, when the person is going into the state, it should be visible. The skin color, the skin tonus, the breathing, there should be some signs they're going in and they're going up to a peak, and there should be also some signs that are coming out of that. And again, these are likely not to be as intense because they're not real to them as this is that they're feeling right now in the moment. And so ideally, you really want to focus on these two when you're doing anchoring. And this is your last resort. Now, if you're stuck on doing this because, hey, they don't feel it now, they never felt that way before, and you're going to go to constructive state, you might say to them something like this. Can you think of what it would feel like if you were really motivated? Can you stand the way you would be standing? Pretend if you were really motivated, how would you stand? Pretend you were really motivated, how would you breathe? Pretend you were really motivated, how would you talk? So you're literally trying to guide them into that through imagination, which is obviously not quite as real. But then also, Albert Einstein says there's no difference between something that's vividly imagined and something that's real. So that's why it's still an opportunity for us to do. Okay. Now let's do the script, and then I'm going to get Jesse up. So here's the script. The script is very simple. Here's the script. Number 1. Can you remember a time when you were totally X? X meaning anything. Totally motivated, totally excited, totally pumped up, totally happy, totally loved, totally, focused, totally whatever it is, whatever state that they are needing, that they want to access, they don't want to have more in their life. So the blank, whatever goes in there. Can you remember a time when you were totally boom? What we're doing is we're accessing the past vivid, highly associated state. We're going with number 2 right now, okay? So they said, yeah, I can remember that time. So they may remember that time in their life when they were, top producing or, in shape, going to the gym. They can remember that time in their life. So second question is, can you remember a specific time? Can you remember a specific time? Because here he said, can you remember a time when you were totally motivated? Yeah, I can remember, like Veronica, she can remember when her office was going for number 1 in the world, and they achieved number 1 in production out of over 30,000 or 25,000 offices worldwide. So she can remember that time in her life. So the next question, can you remember a specific time? Well, now you're getting specific to the actual day, the week, the day, the time of day, and the moment. So it might have been when she was on stage receiving the award. So this evokes a very specific memory. This evokes kind of the generalized time, but this evokes the actual moment. And when you're doing anchoring, you want to be fully associated in an actual moment, not in a generalized time, but in an actual moment. So can you remember a specific time? That gets you to that specific time. And then number 3 is as you go back to that time now, so as you go back to that time now, as you go back to that time now, go back to that time, go back to that time. So as you go back to that time now, go back to that time. Number 3 is continuing to the next page. Go back to that time now. This is 3 continued. and float into your body. Float into your body. See what you saw. Right? See what you saw. See what you saw. Hear what you heard. And feel the feelings, feel the feelings of being totally, whatever that was, and feel the feelings of being totally motivated or inspired or pumped up or whatever that was. So this is the full script. Pretty simple, right? Very simple. This is script. Can you remember a time when you were totally motivated? Good. Can you remember a specific time? Yes, I can remember that week. I can remember that day. I can remember that. Wow, I can remember that exact moment. As you go back to that time, go back to that time now. I could add the word now there. Go back to that time now. And this is a continuation. And float into your body. What is that doing? That is associating. That's associating them. Once you float into that body, into that memory, you're now associated. Remember here, we talked about that. Past vivid, highly associated. So you want to make sure they're associated. So as you float into your body, associated, meaning you're in your body, looking through your own eyes, see what you saw, hear what you heard, and fully feel the feelings of being totally whatever that was, motivated. And I would add the word fully. You can add the word fully right here. Right here, you can add the word fully. And fully feel the feelings of being totally boom. All right? So that's that. That's the script. Now, as you do this script, some people will go fast, some people will go slow. So you want to be very careful and cautious that as you're reading this script, that you're not, reading the page and like deliberately reading every word and not paying attention to them. Because if you're reading the page, reading every single word, you're not paying attention to them. You're not using your your sensory acuity. They might have gone into the state, they might have peaked, they might be coming out of the state because you're so busy reading the script, you're not focused on them. So my advice for you is this script is not very long, is read it 2 or 3 times before you do the process. It's only 30 seconds. Question 1, can you remember a time when you were totally motivated? They'll say yes. Can you remember a specific time, like a specific moment? They'll say yes. As you go back to that time now and float into your body, fully associated, right? See what you saw, hear what you heard, and really feel the feelings of being totally motivated. As you're going through that script, get it a little bit rehearsed so you're not reading the piece of paper and missing what's happening with them. Are they going into state or not? So you're able to focus. You've got the words in the back of your mind, but you're able to focus on watching, using your sensory acuity to pay attention to, what is it? Paying attention to when they go into the state, when it first becomes visible. So you can't be so focused on the script and not focused on them, because the most important thing, one of the most important things to anchoring is what? Timing. You got to be very on point. It's very important that you get the right timing. So you might have to rush the script, and that's okay. Like if they go into state so quickly, can you remember a time when you were totally motivated and they say yes? Can you remember a specific time they say yes? Imagine now they're going right into it right away. What would you do? Can you remember a specific time? Yes. Awesome. Go back to that time. Drop down to your body. See what you saw. Hear what you heard. Feel the feelings of being totally motivated. See, I did that in about 8 seconds. I read the whole thing in 8 seconds. Why? Because I noticed that they were going into the state very quickly. And I know that I must apply my finger down as soon as it becomes visible. If they're going to say very quickly, I can't just read the script. So that's why I'm saying this 3 times on purpose. You have to pay attention on them. Repeat after me. I will pay attention on them. I will rehearse the script a couple of times. So I'm not focused on the script. I'm focused on them. And I will apply the anchor as soon as the state becomes visible to me using my sensory acuity skills of noticing the skin color, the skin tonus, their breathing, and/or their lower lip size or their eye pupil dilation, focus, defocus, or dilation. So are we clear on that? That's critically important. That's it. I think we're ready. We are ready. I want to make sure there's nothing else. That I want to go over. I think we're ready. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep this up so we can see this in the background. So you want to ask before you pick the person, you know, you want to ask, are you good at going into state? You know, some people are good, some people are not that good. Are you good at going to state? And you want to ask permission. You're going to say, look, I'm going to borrow one of your knuckles to do this exercise. Can I touch your knuckles? So before you start touching anybody, you want to ask permission. Say, look, we're about to do a process called anchoring. It necessitates that I take my finger and touch one of your knuckles. Is that okay? Right? You don't want to go and say, we're going to do a process of anchoring. Is it okay that I touch you? It's a little creepy. Touch me like as in what? What are you going to touch? So you want to use clear language. Is it okay that I touch with my finger you on the knuckle for the process of anchoring? Okay, perfect. So I'm going to bring up Jesse and we're going to see anchoring. The last time you saw Jesse up here, what we did was sensory acuity. We did an exercise where you're able to see the shifts between somebody you liked, we cleared the screen, somebody didn't like, we cleared the screen, he picked one, and then we were able to guess based on which one his physiology went into, which one was he picking. And we proved that absolutely, in NLP, they say 93% of your communication is nonverbal. Write that down. That's something we should write that down. It's just an important little thing. We know this, 93% communication. %93 of our communication is nonverbal. What's 55 plus 38, Veronica, calculator? 55% of it
93.
Is body language. of the 93% of our communication that is nonverbal, 55% of it is body language, and then 38% of it is facial gestures, and voice tonality. So we learned that even without him telling us which one he was thinking about, we paid attention to his body language, his facial gestures, and even without his voice tonality, we knew instantly which one he was thinking about. Okay, so we're gonna go back to the bell-shaped curve. Right here, I'm gonna move this off to the side briefly. One quick thing I forgot to mention on the script. I did make it very clear you don't want to be focused on the script and not looking at the person. You want to be focused on the person. Another quick thing, sometimes people make the mistake of relying on the person to give us to kind of let us know they are going into state. So in other words, you could make the mistake of waiting for the person. Are they in the state? Are they in the state? And then the person goes, yeah, I'm in the state. By the time they nod that they're in the state, it's already too late. They're in the state way before. They may nod to you that they're in the state here, but they were getting in the state earlier. By the time they notice that they're in the state and they nod to you that they're in the state, you may think that's the beginning. No, it isn't. They're already over here. So don't rely on them nodding to you or telling you I'm in the state. That's going to be too late. You get to be hyper focused on what the subtle shifts are, visibility, which is the reason why we learned sensory acuity today. Okay, Jesse, let's get ourselves situated again, my brother. Were you sitting on this chair? You were on this chair last time. Okay, so let's have you go back there. Over here. And you're good at accessing states. Yes, I'm going to change the camera in a moment. Okay, perfect. All right, let me focus on you a little better here.
Are you trying to see my knuckles while placing them on my knees?
Yeah.
Try to move it back.
That's good. Now, I wonder if I can back this up. Okay.
Or what I could do is I could sit on this.
Let me see here. Let me play with this here.
Would it work? Oh, there it is.
Okay, that works.
That works.
But now I want to zoom. Face. That's, I think, is good. I think that's good. Let me see what that looks like here.
Right there.
Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, cool. And I wonder if I'm in the shot too. Okay. See if I can go, let's get this back a little bit. See if we can have perfect. There we go. And then see if you can move back towards the wall a little bit. And then we're gonna use this one, right?
Yeah.
This one? Okay, that I can see that pretty good. Cool, 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 cool. Give me a second. Okay. Okay. Have you used any of these knuckles already?
I don't remember. No, I use the left knuckles, not the right knuckles. But I did use these fingers.
So I'm on the edge. So I just need to come in. Okay, got it. Okay, here we go. You use which ones?
I use the left knuckles.
Okay, cool. So you haven't used these?
Not that I remember.
Okay, cool. Is it right for us to do a process of anchoring?
Yes.
For us to elicit something positive, something amazing?
Yeah.
And if you say hi, for you to be aware of it consciously. And by the way, in the process of doing anchoring, it necessitates that I, with my finger, I touch you on the knuckle. Is that okay?
That's okay.
Okay, cool. All right. So we might do two, but we're just going to start with one simple one. I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
And then what I'm going to do is, remember precision anchoring? I'm going to put my hand here. See, my arm is rested on my leg. This is my leg right here. I'm resting my arm on my leg. So notice this doesn't move. If I have it suspended in the air, it can move. But if it's on my leg, it's not moving. It's solid. And I'm going to pump my wrist like this. See? And by doing that, I can actually position my finger right above his knuckle. So by doing that, I can actually focus on you, and I don't even need to look at my finger, and I can just put my finger down and I will press that knuckle right there. That's called precision anchoring. Okay, so my question to you is,
Yeah.
all the way there, you're all yourself.
Yeah.
Wow. Got a lot of color. Got a lot of good right over there. See, you got a lot of color. All right. Okay, so clear screen. What'd you have for breakfast this morning?
Well, I had for breakfast what Veronica gave me right now.
Oh, should I give you a plate? What was it?
I don't know, honestly. It was good.
Yeah. So what's a movie that you saw that was okay? It wasn't amazing. And by the way, we're up here on that one okay. not this one, we're up on the higher one there. What's the movie that you saw that was just okay?
I don't remember. That was just okay. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm curious what happens when I put my finger on this. Oh wow, what just happened?
Everything sparked all over my arms.
Are you getting goosebumps?
Yeah, right here, my jawline loosens up, like I'm ready.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Cool. So clear screen. So what did you just notice right now?
I noticed that like my physiology changed on the inside. My energy changed like that. That was good.
And I was throwing you off on purpose. We were talking about what you had for breakfast.
Yeah.
And you were still pretty excited because we gave you some delicious food.
Yeah.
So then I wanted to get you really to a more true neutral baseline. And then I asked you, what's the movie that you saw that was just okay? And you couldn't even think of one. So you were like completely neutral trying to think of a movie.
Yeah.
And I snuck up and I placed my finger back on the same spot. And in that moment, I didn't tell you to think.
You didn't.
Something happened.
Yeah.
Wow. What happens when I put my finger there again?
It's still there.
All right, so that's how basic anchoring is done. Congratulations. Good job. Now I'm going to ask you, we can do a resource anchor if you want today. It will take another 10 minutes total.
I'm more than willing to do it. Is this, you remember when I first met you?
Yes.
And when we reunited at the
correct
little thing, and I came up to you and I was like, I really need you at the progression.
Yes.
Shout out to Andy.
Yes.
And I told you I had this bully mindset and you anchored me.
Yes.
It changed my life forever.
Yeah.
I haven't had it. However, I have a disempowering thought process that I finally came up. All this training that I've taken has helped me. And I believe I can reach the goal, but I have a negative affirmation. There is no way that I cannot achieve this goal. And I realize that
there's no way that you cannot
reach it. And I say with so much energy and excitement. That's two knots. So it's like, so
if it's a double knot, that's a Cartesian coordinates. That's a non-mirror image reverse. So let me ask you a question. Whenever you think, let's finish the anchoring thing, and then we'll get into the second subject, and we'll do a resource anchor tonight or today. So what did we learn? We just did a basic anchor.
Yeah.
We follow the steps here, right? The steps were. No, you're good. You're good. Sit there. It's like this. I wonder if I can see that here. Just grab it here real quick. So we just did basic anchoring. We just did basic anchoring. When we did it, what we did is we had him recall a past vivid experience. I applied the anchor. I applied it immediately as he was speaking. So as soon as it became visible, I applied it right here. And notice that I held on to it for a few seconds as he was peaking. And then when he looked up in the camera, I noticed that his state started to diminish a little bit and I let go. So what I did is that was a very well-placed anchor. And I think it was definitely longer than 5 seconds. I don't think it was 15 seconds. It might've been closer to 10 or 11 seconds. So that's what I did. I applied the anchor. Then what we did is I changed his state. How did I do that? I asked him, hey, what'd you have for breakfast? I asked him, what's a movie you saw that, wasn't great, wasn't good, wasn't bad, it was just okay. And then I got him completely off of that vivid memory, all right? And then what I did is without getting him to the memory, I just evoked the state again by setting off the anchor, and he went right back into that state. So that is the process of anchoring. My question for you guys is, what questions do you have? What did you learn? And what would you like us to know? What questions do you have? What did you learn? What would you like us to know? I can ask you in the context of just what we did, the basic anchoring. We'll get to the next thing. Next, what questions do you have? What did you learn? What would you like the audience to know? What would you like us to know about your experience with that?
So my question is, this particular person that I thought about, right? I'm there. I remember that night, everything what you asked me. Now, if I'm always anchoring that feeling, am I always going to remember this woman? And it's like, what if I'm not talking to her? Am I going to get those feelings out? How can I use that to my advantage? So for instance, hey, I don't feel like going out today, whether it's daytime or nighttime. Boom. Can I press on that? And then get all pumped up because I know that, hey, I might meet somebody.
Correct.
With that energy.
Correct. When you do anchoring, it is anchoring the state.
The state. Okay.
The state that the memory gives you this state.
Yeah.
But you also have different memories that get you to the same state.
Yes.
So you're really anchoring the state. Mm-hmm. Is it possible that when you do that, you could see that person?
Yeah.
For sure, it's possible. So that brings up a really good question. I don't think you want to anchor using a memory that you're not congruent with.
Okay.
That, let's say you're anchoring a time when you met someone you really, really liked because you want to feel that fire, that excitement, but you're upset with that person.
Yeah.
Or like you don't talk to that person. Or it ended badly. So you don't want to anchor anything that on the back side of it you have any regret on. Okay. But if it's got clean, pure energy, you can. So a great example for this is we would anchor something different. Like we're going to do a resource anchor in a moment. You want to anchor something that time when you got your biggest paycheck.
Yeah.
The time when you were, you got the award and you're on stage receiving the top producer award for the month or for the year. So obviously by firing that anchor off, that's always going to stay a positive memory.
Okay.
It's not like you broke the award or you broke the, so you want to pick memories with which they have high, intense, good energy, positive energy, and it's clean.
Yeah.
There's nothing, no negative thing that happened in or before or after.
Yeah.
So I'm going to walk us through quickly resource anchor, and I'm going to do a resource anchor with you. Just want to cover a couple of notes on it. So what's a resource anchor? So a resource anchor is really what you're doing is you're accessing a state, let's say on this knuckle. So with a resource anchor, we may go to a different knuckle, right? We could use the resource anchor here. We could use the knuckles. Remember, it's about uniqueness and easily replicatable. But with a resource anchor, what we're doing is we're putting resourceful states, happiness, joy, unstoppable, on fire, feeling like you can, you got it all, you can do it all, those exciting, empowering states, like being powerful, being loved, feeling like you could do whatever you want, feeling energetic, feeling totally confident. What we're going to do is take those past vivid memories and we're going to anchor them all on the same knuckle. So what is resource anchoring? Resource anchoring is stacking positive memories all onto one knuckle such that when you fire off that anchor later, all of those resources come into play. You're not just feeling confident, but you're feeling confident and powerful and unstoppable and feeling, energetic and feeling enthusiastic. You're feeling all those resources coming to you at the same time, which with that stacking gives you this overwhelmingly powerful feeling. So that's what resource anchoring does. So with that being said, we want to use the words, can you remember a time when you felt whatever it was, powerful, unstoppable, or any of these words? Some people may relate to, can you remember a time when you felt, and the word. Some people may relate to when you felt totally powerful, or some people may not relate to the word totally. Some people may relate better to the word really, when you were really motivated. So you want to check first and ask the person which keyword gives you intensity. Would it be, can you remember a time when you were really motivated? Or would it be, can you remember a time when you were totally motivated? Or would it be, can you remember a time when you were really motivated or just motivated? Like, what's the key word that for you gives you that intensity?
So totally 100%.
Totally 100%. Hey.
Totally 100% clear. Whatever.
I'm gonna write that down. Totally
100%.
Totally 100%.
Yes.
So right now, I'm going to bring you back in 30 seconds. I'm just going to write something up. Let's give Jesse a round of applause. He's coming back just in a few seconds. And let's zoom. Yes. Okay, cool. So let me formally describe to you Let me formally describe to you resource anchoring now. Tilt this up a bit. Okay, resource anchoring. Now, again, so resource anchoring, describe it to you, and I'm going to show it to you. Resource anchoring is stacking anchors. Is stacking anchors. All on top of each other in the same place. Stacking anchors all on top of each other in the same place. So resource anchoring is really stacking anchors all on top of each other in the same place. That's the definition. So you want to check out what are the states that you want to do it in. Not everybody can feel totally anything, totally motivated. Or not everybody can feel really motivated. Some can, some can't. So again, like I mentioned before, you want to really check to make sure that that they can actually access that state. Okay? All right. Now, remember also we mentioned before that you want to be very careful when you're anchoring in certain states, because some people, you know, they may have they can remember a time when they were totally loved, but even though they can remember that time they were totally loved, that might have ended up, you know, with an unfortunate breakup or a divorce. So you want to check before you start anchoring any of these states in this stacking anchors all in one place. You want to make sure that the states you're anchoring, you want to check with a potential client first and make sure that they're all good and clean, that they don't have bad memories attached to them in any way, shape, or form. So how are you going to do that? You're going to do this. You're going to say to them this. You're going to say, these specific states. So let's say, for instance, totally powerful. Totally powerful. Sorry for the spelling there. I know that wasn't super clear. Being totally powerful. Or the next one, feeling totally loved. Or the next one being time when you felt like you really felt you could have it all. Or the next one may be a time when you felt really energetic. Or a time when you felt, by the way, we like to use this one. I'm going to put this one in green here. A time when you felt you were almost falling down laughing. Write that down. really energetic. A time when you're almost falling down laughing. We do that because, and I'm sure you've heard about this before, that laughter in medicine has been known as a very healing energy for people that are having diseases. So laughter, looking at the light side or the brighter side of life, gives a sense of freedom, gives a sense of not being so attached, not being so rigid, not being so tight around certain results. Laughter makes you a little bit more flexible. What did Bruce Lee say? Bruce Lee said, be like water. Water's flexible, goes over, goes under, goes around, goes through it. It improvises, it adapts, overcomes. So when we're anchoring a state of falling down laughing, what we're also anchoring is that we're flexible, we're having fun. And what that is this very empowering state in life. When you're not tight and rigid, you're actually loose and flexible. So falling down laughing, what's another one? Feeling totally confident, right? Feeling totally confident. So what you want to do when you're going through these, you want to ask the client, each one, here's the question you're going to ask them. You're going to say, all of these that I've just listed, you're going to say to them, is this okay with you? Right? You're going to say, is this okay with you? Can you relate to this? Right? 1, 2, 3. You can also ask them, can you remember a time? When you felt that way. So you're going to ask them, can you remember a time when you felt that way? So what you're doing is you're showing them the list of possible states that you're going to anchor, like being powerful, being loved, feeling like you could have it all, being energetic, falling down laughing, being totally confident. You're going through this list, and with each one, you're asking them, is that okay with you? Can you relate to that one? Can you relate to feeling like you could have it all, right? Can you relate to feeling energetic? And then, can you remember a time when you felt that way? When you felt like you could have it all? When you felt loved? When you felt, if they say to you, yes, it's okay with you. Yes, I can relate to it. Yes, I can remember a time when I felt that way. If they say yes to each one of these, then these are the states that you can anchor on the resource anchor. Then these are the individual states. And this is just a partial list. There's more. Can you remember a time when you were unstoppable? Can you remember a time when you were invincible? Can you remember a time when you were so focused? Can you remember a time when you were grateful? Can you remember a time when you felt abundant? Can you remember a time when you felt grace? Can you remember a time when you felt spiritual, when you felt God or source or the universe or infinite intelligence? Can you remember a time when you felt abundant? Money comes to me easily, effortlessly, and quickly. Can you remember a time when you felt resourceful? Can you remember a time when you were just attracting so many positive things in your life? You can use any examples here. You're going to check with them to make sure that they can relate to them. If they can't relate to it, if they can't remember a time like that, then don't use that one. If they can relate to it, it's okay with them, and they can remember a time that they felt that way, then use it, and you're going to stack those all in the same place on a specific knuckle. In this case, we'll probably go with a second knuckle because we already did something on the first knuckle. We're going to create a second anchor, a resource anchor here on his second knuckle, and we're going to take all of those positive states and we're going to anchor them here on the second knuckle. So that is about what's about to happen. I think that's it. So what are we going to do? Definition of resource anchor. This is about to happen right now. Is we're going to stack all of these anchors all on top of each other on the same place, on the same knuckle. Another word we can add is power. Happiness, actually happiness. So another word, powerful, we can add happiness. I'm going to put happiness. I'm going to put happiness at the bottom. I'm going to put in purple. Feeling total happiness. Okay, so my goal is to anchor all of these and create a resource anchor for Jesse, which is absolutely going to transform his life. All right, Jesse, come on up. Come on up. I'm going to have you in the same position. Go with each one of these. You're going to grab your seat here. I'm going to raise this up or put it down a little lower. So what I'm going to have you do right now, Jesse, is I'm going to have you look at this list here. Let's go up like that. And I want you right here in this margin here, I want you to check with green which ones that, here's the first question. Is that okay with you? That one specific one. Can you relate to it? And can you remember a time when you felt that way? So those three questions, for each one that you resonate with, yes, 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 put a check mark next to it. And if there's one that doesn't, you just leave it blank. And I'll be back in 30 seconds. And then one last question is there anything on this that's not listed that you feel would be very resourceful for you that's not listed that I can anchor as well? Okay. Okay, I'll be back in 1 minute. Go for it. Okay.
There. I picked, based off 5 knuckles, I picked the 5. I couldn't read this one. What does it say?
Falling down laughing. Yeah, we're going to definitely pick that one. Yeah, because I know, I see you laugh.
Yeah, I've laughed all the time. Yeah, I can laugh all the time. I really felt you could have it all based off that mindset that I told you that I had. Like, I've never felt this, like that I could have it all.
Okay.
I felt limited.
Okay.
But
So you don't relate to that one?
No.
Not at all.
I wish I could.
Okay. I could be creative. I could do something with that. Okay. Now, is there any that's not listed there that are positive states, not specific memories? They're more positive states that you feel will help you.
Yeah, like a time that I manifested something and then it just came about. I'm like, damn, wow.
Now, how would you put that in a sentence?
That's what I'm trying to do. A time when I was like totally responsible for manifesting something. Where I was 100% certain. I don't know, but I wanna anchor that hey, I was totally 100% manifested because it came out.
So 100% manifesting. So I'll put that instead of have it all. I'll put it 100%
manifested. Like I was
manifesting.
Yeah.
Now
my brain type is alchemist, so it's
alchemist. Now I remember you were saying something about. I remember you were saying instead of totally or really, you said
totally 100%.
Totally 100%. So I'm going to put that up there.
Okay, yeah, that would be great. Totally 100%.
So it would be totally 100% powerful, totally 100% love, totally 100% energetic, totally 100% confident, totally 100% happy, totally 100% manifested.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Oh, okay. So let's see if you can go slightly to your right. So slightly that way. I know it's tight. Just a hair. There we go. Okay, cool. So we've got a good center frame. So this is a very powerful process. And as you can see there, we've been building, right? The whole, what is it, why anchoring, what is it, how to do it, basic anchoring. So it may not have seemed completely obvious to you how this is used until just now.
Yeah.
So, and obviously we've got another process called chaining anchors, which gets rid of procrastination and gets you to live in a place of motivation for the rest of your life. But this process, even before we get to that process, this process called resource anchors or resource anchoring is very, very powerful. Because essentially what you're going to be able to do is you're going to have an anchor on you that you can flip that switch in any moment. You can feel all of those things coming in. That's that Superman moment, that Wonder Woman moment where you can be anything you want to be, do anything you want to do, have anything you want to have.
Yeah.
And what this does, because it changes the state, it changes the mindset, it changes the pictures, it updates the beliefs, it changes the behavior, it changes the actions, it changes the way you walk, the way you talk, the way you think, the way you breathe, the way you act. It literally changes everything.
This is powerful because I'm glad you brought that up because I was going to ask what comes first, what's more important, the feelings, the state, or the thought process? Because I was wondering if I'm going to spark all of these feelings, is that thought process is like, because I'm gonna get all pumped.
This is just gonna happen as soon as you fire off that anchor.
So that thought process of like
everything's gonna come in
that I cannot have. I can't even. Yeah, you're right. It is.
Yeah. So literally, the idea that you can have it all, which you didn't have in the past, once you create the resource anchor, I think you're gonna go. I don't think I know. You're gonna be beyond that. You can have it all.
Yeah.
You're gonna be. I'm having it all. Today.
Yeah.
Now. All right. Okay, you ready?
I'm ready.
So I'm going to go in the order that you selected. You put it in the order that you wanted, right?
Not
that it matters.
Not that it matters. But just
1, 2, 3, 4.
And if you read them,
5, 6.
I mean, this one's really like the most powerful.
I'm going to put that one as the last one.
Now that you worded it, the way you worded it, it's
totally 100% manifesting.
Just like that. That sounds great.
Okay, cool. Let's do this. All right. So remember, first, we always start with rapport. We have great rapport. By the way, as you do the process, you can be here when you communicate to your feelings and what's going on with you. You would direct it here just so that your classmates can learn and understand what's happening. I'm going to put this a little lower so we can see your hand. And we're going to be going here. I'm going to back up a little bit so we can see your top of your head too.
Is it okay if I do a little prayer?
You can do prayer, absolutely. So Jesse is very spiritual. He's a man of God, a man of Christ.
Yes, sir.
He's a Christian.
Yes.
And in NLP, we always honor. I am very spiritual myself too, but even if I wasn't, we always honor. This is one important thing. We always wanted the presuppositions of NLP. It's not about us. It's not about the person doing NLP, even though you have a purpose of why you're doing it. It's really about the client or the person you're doing the work with.
Yeah.
So what we do is we always honor, respect the model of the world. So if you were Christian, I would honor that. If you were Muslim, which you're not, I would honor that. If you were a Buddhist, I would honor that. If you were an atheist, I would honor that. So if you want to say a prayer, regardless of what I believe, we're on the same page. I honor that. Go for it.
And just on camera, like if you ever use this for marketing, this little piece, I just want to say that that's the number one thing that really means a lot to me, working with you guys as trainers, the fact that you guys allow us to just be ourselves. And it's like, it's never about you guys. It's always you guys honor. So it really means a lot to me. And so, Heavenly Father, today I just come before you with a humble spirit. I know that this week I've just been feeling the blessings coming my way, and I knew coming this way, I was resisting taking Kaya's call, but I knew that I was supposed to be here. And on my way here, I prayed about it, and I knew this was supposed to be. God, I'm ready to receive all the blessings that I have, and I'm ready to enter my 30s with a new positive mindset and still putting you first, God. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Beautiful. Thank you. Wow. That changes everything.
I wasn't going to come.
Okay, that's a miracle right there. You say that, it's a miracle. We don't even need to do the process. It's happened already, but let's do the process. Okay. So, all right. So we're going to use your second knuckle. By the way, you can pick which knuckle do you want the resource anchor on. The reason why I'm asking you, and this is a good learning, is when you're applying a resource anchor on someone, or if you're creating a resource anchor for yourself, you want it to be preferably easily accessible. Remember, anchoring is about intensity, right? We're going to do that. It's about timing. I've got that under control. It's about uniqueness. It's about replicatable. And it's about number of times. So what I'm asking you is, where is the place that you want to have the resource anchor that doesn't get fired off by shaking people's hands? We're going to use a knuckle, but it's also easily replicatable. It's easily reachable. So it's easy for you to set it off yourself when you want to.
Well, yeah, the knuckle always works. I would say like if I teach myself to like in this muscle, like right
but
there.
But that's not. I mean, it's still a broad area.
Still a broad area.
So I'm thinking it's kind of hard to remember the second knuckle.
Yeah.
But if you have it on one of the ends, it might be.
Yeah, then the same one that you did this one.
You want to use the same one?
Yeah, it was so delicate and it was so like sensitive, like just pressing.
Okay, so the memory of you feeling that someone you really, really liked, that has clean energy?
It has clean energy, but it didn't end well. Like what? Not in a bad way, but in a sense like she ghosted me. So it's like.
Yeah, we're not going to use that.
Okay.
So we're definitely not going to use that. What we're going to do is we're going to use a different knuckle,
okay, so then I guess,
and we're going to create a new one, and we'll go with the end here.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you guys can see, we're going to use this knuckle here, which is, this is the original one on this side right here. And what we're going to do is we're going to use the one all the way on the other side over here. Now, in order to do that, I'm going to have to twist around just a little bit, just so that I can get an angle, because I have to come around, reach here. So if I twist a bit like this, I can be comfortably hitting this final knuckle right here. Now notice this. This is again on my leg. Here's my leg. It's anchored to my leg, so it's not moving. It's anchored here. My finger, my wrist is on top of my hand here, so it's like this. So I literally can just do this, and I don't need to even focus on it, right? Okay. Is it right for your unconscious mind? First permission, is it right for your unconscious mind, Jesse, for us to apply a resource anchor and for you to be aware of it consciously? Yes. By the way, I'm about to do anchoring, which necessitates that I, with my finger, touch one of your knuckles. Is that okay?
That is.
Yes, we got permission. Okay, so, and by the way, when you're doing resource anchoring and you're doing this process, you want to get yourself into the state you want to be a state inducer. So as he's going to be, as I'm guiding him into the state, I want to make sure I get into the state myself. So I'm having a sip of water because I want to make sure I can bring it. All right. Wow, got to better lubricate the voice a little bit. Okay, ready? So, Jesse, first one. Can you remember a time, Jesse, when you were totally 100% energetic?
Oh, yeah.
Can you remember a specific time?
There's so many.
Almost so many. So as you do this, I don't know if I can, let me see if I can lower the camera down to a better eye level. Give me a second. Because I want to, you know, when you go into your emotions, you drop your head down, which is natural. So I want to make sure that we see it really well for you guys watching. So I'm going to see if I can lower the camera down so you can get the face gestures. Give me a second, Jesse. Let me play with this real quick. Just want to get a good angle with you. I'm going to lower this down. I see. Give me a second, you guys. So that might be a lot better. I think that's going to be a lot better. What do you think, Justin?
Yeah, it's perfect. You can see my face.
Better angle?
And more like clear, zoomed in.
Clear and zoomed in, huh? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Way better. Okay. Do you think I could go a little lower? I think I could go a little lower. So I think there. Okay. Wow, totally different. Much better. Okay. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna reload the start because we got distracted with the camera and stuff. So now we're good. So you're right here now.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So is it all right for your unconscious mind for us to apply a resource anchor? And I know you already did your spiritual prayer, and it necessitates that my finger touch you on the knuckle. Is that okay?
That's okay.
Okay, now I've got my leg here, got this planted, got my finger here, and now I'm hovering my finger right above this. So the whole time I can focus on him here. I don't need to watch my hand. I can focus. I can use my sensory acuity to focus on his skin color, his skin tonus, his breathing, his lower lip, and then also his eyes. He does have his eyes closed, which is totally cool. So, and what I'm doing is I'm going to apply the anchor. As soon as I see the state come in, I'm going to hold it down for as long as up to 5 to 15 seconds, for as long as it's going to the peak. As soon as he hits the peak, it comes off the peak, I'm going to take my finger off, and then I'm going to go and stack that same location with another state from another question, and I'm going to stack it probably 6, 7, 8 times, okay? So before we start the process, where's your energy now on a scale of 0 to 10? Your overall energy.
I must pray once again. Will we start?
Yeah, let's pray again. Let's go.
That had to be. Heavenly Father, I'm ready to receive yet again. Give Kaya all the power, all the energy that he's going to just bless me upon, and may he continue to pay it forward and just save a lot of lives, and may I do the same in the future. In Jesus' name I pray.
Amen.
100%.
Okay. All right. Okay. So the question I have is, what's your energy right now on a scale of 0 to 10?
At 100.
He's at 100 right now. I said, hey, through your creator, yes, get to 100% right away. Okay. But what would 1,000 feel like? Let's go to 1,000%. Okay, cool. All right. Okay. So first question is, Jesse, can you remember a time when you were totally 100% energetic?
Yeah, I can remember.
You remember a specific time, specific moment?
Specific moment, yeah.
Can you go back to that moment, drop down into your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard, and really feel the feelings of totally energetic, 100% totally energetic? Yes, I can even see his leg moving, his other leg. That's right. That's right. That energy. That's right. That's right. Yes. Yes. Good. Good. That was a heavy one. Wow. Okay, clear screen. I'm going to sip some water. Stay right where you are. So I've been talking for a few hours right now, back to back. Okay, next question. Jesse. Now, so clear screen. Can you remember a time when you were totally 100% powerful?
Yeah.
Can you remember a specific time?
Oh, man, it's 100% powerful.
Totally 100% powerful.
Yeah, I can remember. It's tough to decide.
See, I haven't put my finger on yet because he's not in it yet, right? He's not in the memory yet. Can you remember a time when you were totally 100% powerful? Or the time where you were the highest powerful that you've ever felt in your life?
No.
You can't? Okay, well, to be patient. We'll be patient. Keep thinking. Keep thinking of the different memories when you felt totally powerful or totally 100% powerful, or you were so close, you were at the peak, you were at the highest peak of power that you've ever felt in your life. Could have been when you were a kid. It could have been when you were 7. It could have been when you're 5. It could have been when you're 20. It could have been now. It could have been yes. It could have been any time in your life when you felt totally powerful or totally 100% powerful or as close to it as you could imagine.
Trying. Is there a different word? Can we?
Okay, good. See, this may happen, right? So we're going to change it, right? So he's not accessing that, so we'll go to a different one. Okay, cool. Jesse, can you remember a time when you felt totally 100% confident?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, can you remember a specific time?
Yeah.
Can you go back to that time now? Drop down into your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard, and really feel the feelings of being totally 100% confident. Yeah, that's right. Total 100% confident. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. Good job. Clear screen. Good job. So, Jesse, can you remember a time in your life when you felt total 100% happiness? Just that happiness.
Yeah.
Can you remember a specific time?
Yeah.
As you go back to that time now, drop down into your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard, and really feel the feelings of being totally happy. Totally happy. Just like happiness, just so much happiness. From the top of your head down the tips of your toes, every single cell of your body just feeling so happy. Yes. Yes. Good job. Clear screen. Yes, that was intense. It was very different. Okay, clear screen. Jesse, can you remember a time when you felt and a memory that's clean, that has no negativity, no negative end to it, or it's only positive love and light energy, right? Can you remember a time when you were totally loved, totally 100% loved? Maybe when you loved yourself 100% or something. Can you remember a specific time? As you go back to that time, that's right. Drop down at your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard, and really feel the feelings. That's right. Of being totally loved. All the way, sending that all the way to the center of your chest, all the way to your heart, feeling it right deep down into your heart and your soul and your spirit. Totally loved. Because he's spiritual, maybe even the love of your creator. Maybe even the love of your Lord, your creator, of your God, of your universe, of your Jesus, of your whatever you want to call it, creator. Good job. Clear screen. Yes. If we all could see ourselves the way our creator sees us, if we all could love ourselves the way our creator loves us, right? Some people go, I don't know if I love myself. Well, if you're spiritual, you can imagine. You can imagine. Yeah, very powerful. Okay, awesome. Clear screen. All right, so another one. I'm just going to check. I believe we can do this. Can you remember a time when you were just laughing your butt off? Like you were just laughing. I just remember just laughing. Your stomach's laughing. Your body's laughing. Your stomach, like, can you remember a specific time?
There's so many, I always laugh.
Can you remember one where it's like it's hurting your stomach, you're laughing, you're almost falling over, can you remember a specific time? Drop down into your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard, feel the feelings of being totally laughing your butt off. It's like, oh my God, this is so funny. Like, it is so freaking funny. Laughing your butt off your stomach, you got all the stitches in your stomach, you're just fully feel that. See what you saw, hear what you heard, really fully feel the feelings of being totally laughing. That's right. There we go. Good job. Clear screen. Okay, and finally, Jesse, can you remember a time when so clear screen, right? Can you remember a time when you were totally 100% manifesting?
Yeah.
Yes. Can you remember a specific time?
Yes.
Go back to that time. Drop down into your body right now. See what you saw, hear what you heard, and really feel the feelings of being totally 100% manifesting. It's like it's just coming to you.
Yeah.
It's like you are energy. You're just attracting all the positive, all the good stuff just coming to you fast, furiously just coming your way. The right people, the right places, the right things, the right money, the right abundance, all of it just flowing to you because you are an attraction magnet. There you go. Good job. Clear screen. Now, is there any other one that comes to mind that you want to place on this? That you want to stack?
Well, in this very moment, I do feel 100% powerful, so I can now anchor powerful.
Yeah, good. So now we're going for a naturally occurring state in the moment, not a past vividly imagined one. What's for now? So yes, Jesse, so clear screen. Yeah. Now, can you remember, can you feel right now the feelings of being total 100% powerful beyond measure?
Yeah.
Right now, drop down into your body. You're already in there. See what you see, hear what you hear, feel the feelings, present tense, of that feeling of being totally 100% powerful beyond measure. Almost like this beam of light of power is just shining from the center of your core, from the center of your being. It's illuminating everybody and everything all around you. It's shooting out all the way out to the corners of this universe, and it's coming back to you, and the vortex of energy is just beaming that power. That's right, power. That's right, power. From the top of your head down the tips of your toes, every single cell in your body just beaming that power, that presence. That's right. Well, that was tough. It was a heavy one. Awesome. Clear screen. Wow. Wow. What happened to you? Okay. So clear screen. By the way, would you have your hand just back? What'd you have for breakfast?
Now,
what you have? So I just stacked, right? So now we're going to change the state, right? So we're going to clear the screen, change the state. So what'd you have for dinner last night?
A protein shake, chocolate peanut butter, yeah.
Yeah. What's a movie that you saw was just okay? Like a TV series you watched, or a basketball game, or a sport game, or something. It was just okay. It was like kind of boring. It was just okay. No big deal. Yeah. How do you feel right now? Pretty neutral?
Yeah.
You feel pretty neutral? Well, what happens when I do this? Ooh, baby. Wow. Wow. What the heck is going on over here? What are you feeling?
I feel powerful, and I feel present in my power and like centered, grounded.
Wow.
Like here, just I can feel it.
Wow. 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 Well, congratulations, brother man.
Thank you.
That's a resource anchor.
It's a powerful one. I could honestly tell you right now that I can't even think that process that I said. There's no way. I can't even finish that sentence. It's like, no, there is a way.
There is a way. You are the way.
I am the way.
You are the way. You are the light. So I'm going to make a suggestion. Can I add some little mustard on the hot dog here?
Yeah.
So
gummy bears.
Not only can we put some gummy bears on that frozen yogurt?
Yeah.
So not only have we applied a resource anchor,
yeah,
I'm going to share with you what you can actually do with this.
Okay.
So for one, you can fire it off.
Yeah.
Anytime.
Yeah.
Before you walk into that boardroom, before you have that big meeting, before you go to that listing appointment, before when you're going out and you're wanting to go speak to someone that you're attracted to, and you want to have the confidence, the courage to speak to them, or you want to, when you're in a game and you want to hit a home run, or you want to sink that free throw shot, or you want to close the biggest deal of your life, or whatever it is, you can fire that off. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, and have all those resources literally in a moment's notice come out and be in you as you do it. That's step one. Now, step two, what happens if you're out there and you just do something amazing? You hit a home run.
Okay.
You close a big deal. You land a big contract. You have a very happy memory of something that you just were stepped in. You were so confident, or something that you were laughing so hard, or you were so energetic, or you felt so powerful. You can, in the moment, take that momentary state that you have, because you just closed a deal, and you can actually stack that anchor again.
Yeah. Wow.
So that is the resource anchor.
Yeah.
We've stacked it with 6 or 7 powerful resources.
Yeah.
At any moment you come across in your life some moment where you achieve something, you do something, you feel something that's powerful, in that moment, right at that moment, right when you notice the feeling of that rush coming in, you can actually anchor your knuckle for 5 up to 15 seconds and stack that again. You can stack that at 8th, a 9th, a 10th, a 12th, a 4th, a 15th, a 20th. You could stack that 30 times.
Powerful. Well, it's clear as evidence here, because I didn't have a memory that I was powerful, but after you stack all of them, now I feel powerful in the presence of it.
And I'll be transparent. Can I be transparent? Back in the day, I haven't done this in a long time, but back in the day, this is personal, right? Okay, I'm just getting a little personal. Is some people, in the context of intimacy, this can play a big role, right? Some people, they struggle in intimacy or in sexuality, or they don't struggle, whatever the case may be. So when you have a positive experience, even an intimate positive experience with significant other, or someone that you're with, or your husband or your wife or whatever, you can actually stack that with passion.
Yeah.
Like something we didn't put in there is passion.
Yeah. Passion.
Sensuality, sexuality. Like literally, I bring this up because it would be a shame if I didn't.
And I mean, I
didn't give you the opportunity to use this in even greater context.
Yeah, and I could share the testimony. The first time that I took the certification program in December, Trayvon, I wanted to access a level of focus. Where I just like block everything out. And the number one thing as men that we have is like when you're about to just like do your thing with the woman, that's all you focus on. So he anchored it here. However, to talk about it out loud is it's dangerous. That one was dangerous because now, okay, I got that focus, but guess what else happens? My physiology changed. So I had this level of like, hey, I need to do it. So
it's powerful.
It's powerful.
So you gotta be careful with that.
Yeah.
So my question to you now that we're complete, is what do you feel?
Okay.
Like, what's the state you feel when you
do it?
What happens when I do this? Wow. You have the same reaction every single time I do that. What are you feeling right now?
It's that same feeling where I go to the beach and I just like soak it all in, man. And I just like, wow, what a beautiful God's gift, powerful, and I'm present.
What does this give you? What does this allow you to do? What is this going to do for you in your life? How is this going to help you achieve your goals, your dreams, your desires in your life?
It just allows me to just stay present. Like that I soak the present, so I'm no longer focused on the what if this doesn't work out, or this is like, no, I go back into this.
Oh, it shuts up the voice chat. It shuts up the negative self-talk.
And then I wonder, I'm thinking out loud, I wonder if you already anchored it. You know how normally you're like, okay, close your eyes and then you do some affirmations. Mm-hmm. It's like, you said you are the way. You know?
You are.
So it's like, so now I'm like, I can't even finish the sentence. Like, there is no way. Like, I can.
Because you read the Bible.
I'm the way.
You read the Bible quite a bit.
I'm the way, Yahweh.
Yes, and isn't there where Jesus talks about that everything I've done, you will do
to others.
You will do to others, and you will do greater things than even greater things than even I have done.
Yeah.
So we say that very humbly.
Yeah.
You are the light.
Yeah.
And you pave the way.
Yeah.
You pave the way for mankind, womankind to step into their power, step into their excellence. So what questions you have? What did you learn? What would you like us to know? Or what questions do you have? What did you learn watching this process? What would you like us to know?
For me, I'm set. Like it's literally like my thought process are, okay, like Veronica told me right now, it's like the neurons, like there's a part of me that died, a neuron that it's like, it's no longer feeding into this one. And now it's feeding into the one that like, hey, there is a way. You are the way. God's the way. And then it's just like, so it's a tiny little muscle now that's going to constantly be working and being so strong that I could see it just being so strong that it's like the opposite of what I was living. Like there is no, because how she explained it is like, I used to say there is no way. That I can't even think about it no more. And it's like, so what it was doing, it was causing the universe to stop. Right. Now I'm seeing like it's causing the universe to move towards my favor. Like it's gonna happen. So
huge.
I feel it right here in the middle.
Here, right.
Here.
Yeah, you've activated.
It's so powerful.
You've activated.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're really honored, Jesse, for you to be here today.
Yeah.
To experience anchoring. We're not done with anchoring. There's more. There's a process of chaining anchors that's going to be coming up next on how to get rid of procrastination, neurologically remove it completely, and how to become motivated and how to live in motivation. That's a different process, still under anchoring, but it's a different process. So I really want to commend you, and I do want to stress something. Sometimes you get excited and you're in the process and you're so focused on the person. Sometimes you may not focus so much on the script. So read the script 2 or 3 times before you do the process so that you're not, trying to read the script. You're solely focused on using your sensory acuity to pay attention to him. A couple things I want to stress that when you do each of the anchors is that and I think I did it mostly, but maybe once I skipped there or whatever, is you want to make sure when you go can you remember a time when you were totally confident? We were 100% totally confident. They say yes. Can you remember a specific time? And they say yes. And then you say, as you go back to that time now, drop down into your body. You want to make sure you slide in those last three statements. Drop down into your body. What did you see? What you saw? So drop down into your body. See what you saw. Hear what you heard. Fully feel the feelings of being totally powerful. So you want to slide those three things in. See what you saw, hear what you heard, and fully feel the feelings of being totally powerful. You want to slide those three statements in with each of the different anchors. So I think I did it for the most part. I might have skipped one or two. That's why I'm bringing this up. I want you to make sure that as you do it, and you know, there's no such thing as perfect. If you forget once, no big deal. But what that does is when you say, see what you saw, hear what you heard, and fully feel the feelings of being that confident, what that does is it helps them associate, helps them really be associated in the memory rather than just seeing the memory, but getting into it, seeing what they saw, hearing what they heard, and fully feeling the feelings. So that's what I would say is there. So we're about to do an exercise. So I'm going to assign you guys the exercise, and then we're going to wrap it up right now. Okay. So the exercise is this. One of you is going to be the coach, the practitioner, the person that's doing the anchoring process on the other person. And the other person is going to be the client. So one of you is going to be the practitioner. The other person is going to be the client. What you're going to do is you're going to make a list of the states, just like we did there, right? Example, powerful, loved, you could have it all, being energetic, having tons of energy, falling down laughing, being totally confident. So you're going to list them, and you can list some more if you want. You're going to show them to the potential client and the client, and you're going to say, look, are these okay with you? Each one. Do you relate to each one? And can you remember a time when you felt that? And if they say yes, 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 then that's the list you're going to have. That's the list that you're going to anchor. And if one they don't relate to or they can't remember a time, then you just remove it from the list. And you want to get a good 6, 7, or 8 states. Then what you want to do is you want to get them in position like this. You want to have them, put their hand like that. You want to position yourself around where you're able to put your arm on your leg, your wrist on here. Hover your finger right above that spot. You want to make sure you're using a knuckle that you haven't used before. This last, as far as using a specific knuckle, you could use, we'll get to that later. Just use it for now. Just use a new knuckle. Don't mix different processes using the same knuckle. That may confuse the issue a little bit. So just use a new knuckle. Hover like this. Know your script. Practice your script 2 or 3 times. Can you remember a time when you felt totally powerful? Can you remember a specific time? As you go back to that time, drop down at your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard, really feel the feelings of feeling totally powerful. And then as you're going through the script, you're not reading the script. You're focused on them. You're seeing the color, the skin color, the skin tonus. You're looking at the breathing. You're looking at the lower lip, and you're looking at focus eyes. So you're using your sensory acuity to see when they're coming into the state, and when it first becomes visible, you're going to apply the anchor. You're going to hold the anchor for up to 5 to 15 seconds long. How do you know how long? You're riding their peak. If you feel like they reach their peak and they go, and now they're about to come off the peak, you let go. So that finger's going to be on there for up to 5 to 15 seconds. I want to make sure we understand this. This is not an anchor. Watch. That's not an anchor. That was 1 second. This is also not an anchor. 1,000, 2,000. That's not an anchor. This is also not an anchor. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. That's not an anchor. Please, up to 5. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. The minimum should really be 5 seconds, all the way up to 15 seconds. So once you apply that anchor from that question, then you're going to say clear the screen. When you say clear the screen, what you're doing is you're creating space for a new memory to come up, and you ask the next question. Can you remember a time when you were totally happy? go with the second one on the list. And then when that state becomes visible, immediately as it becomes visible, you're going to apply the anchor again, 5 to 15 seconds. You're going to clear screen after that. And you're going to do that for all 5 or 6 or 7 different states. And then when you're done, you're going to release your finger from the last one. And then you're going to clear the screen. You're going to ask them, hey, what'd you do last night? Or what'd you have for breakfast? You get them out of state. And without recalling any of those memories or talking about any of those states, you're just going to fire off that anchor to test it. And based on how solid that is, they're just going to go right into that state, just like you saw every single time, just like we're going to see again what's going to happen right now. Yeah, it does the same thing every single time. That's amazing. That is so amazing. Like you look like the freaking, you're about to come right in the middle and you're about to, you're like Bruce Lee's, like, you're like this, you're like this, you're like, come on, I'm ready for you. That's very powerful. Then at the end, you're just going to ask them how they feel, and that's it. And then you're going to share with them that that's a resource anchor that they can stack in the future, and how you use it. Anytime you walk into that meeting, you're doing that big presentation, that talk, you're going to go on that date that you're nervous about, or you're going to go, you're going to be in the game, you're going to shoot that shot, or you're whatever it is, you're going to fire that off by holding your finger down on it for 5 seconds. You're going to bring that up, and then from there, you're just going to go do it. And also, whenever you have a happy memory or a powerful memory, you succeed at something and you're feeling powerful in the natural, normal environment, you're going to realize that and you're going to anchor that again. So you may have 30 of those. So one of you is a coach or practitioner. The other person is going to be the recipient, the receiver, the client. You're going to get the states. You're going to check which ones are appropriate. You're going to agree on the list. Then you're going to do the process of anchoring using the script that I've shared with you 2-3 times. You're going to do the process. I'm going to say that whole thing is going to take 20 minutes, probably less. I'd say 5. It's probably going to be 15. I'm going to say 15 minutes. 5 minutes to create the list of things to anchor, to agree on the list. And then it's only going to take you about 5 minutes to anchor all of them. But let's say you have more. So let's say a total of 10 minutes to anchor, 5 minutes to pick a list, total 15-minute exercise for person A to do a resource for person A to install a resource anchor on person B. And then what's going to happen is person B will then do a resource anchor and do the process on person A, 15 minutes. So 15 minutes and 15 minutes total, 30-minute exercise for a pair of 2 people. So that's what you're going to be doing next. Obviously, it necessitates touch. You may be watching this in the future. We're in the middle of a pandemic, so touch is touch. So wash your hands. Obviously, you want to make sure the person is not sick or anything that you do this with. So you want to protect safety. If you're watching this at a time where we don't have a pandemic, it's not a worry, but that's just something we get to say. Make sure the person is tested and doesn't have any type of virus or anything because there's touch. We never had to worry about that for years, but now we get to talk about that because it's something that's happened here in 2020, and hopefully it won't be something that we're dealing with in the future. That's about it. I think that's it. You're going to do the exercise 30 minutes. You may have a question, which is real quick. How do I do this if I don't have a buddy? How do I do this if I have nobody? Well, you can anchor yourself. It's not quite as effective because by the time you are aware that your state is coming in, it's already came in a few seconds ago. So the timing is going to be difficult. But let's leave that as a question for the future that I can address for you if you have that question about how do I do anchoring if I don't have a person. There is probably a way that we can share with you that you can do it, and we'll get to that when we get to that. That's it. Congratulations, buddy. Give a huge round of applause to Jesse. Woo! All right, Jesse. Congratulations. Have a kick butt day. Who's your buddy?
Claudia.
Claudia. Yes, yes. So we went through a very detailed description of it.
Yeah.
You've been exposed to some anchoring before, I believe. This is different because we went into the extensive description of it. I look forward to may have you come back to do training anchors next Friday. Maybe.
Okay.
That might be good.
That's good.
Yeah? Okay, cool. All right. Any final thoughts you want to share with your classmates about this process? About
this absolutely works 100% of the time. Stick to the script or stick to the training, whatever. All you got to do is follow it, and yeah, it's amazing.
All right. Yeah. All right, you guys. Peace out. Love you guys. Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you.
Congratulations. See you guys soon.
Appreciate it.